And welcome back to Coffee Talk with Karen B. On this fine Moonday morning, it is Moonday, of course, and it is September 25th of 2023. We're all still here, most of us anyway. And the moon is 80% waxing on our way to a full moon. Fantastic. How is everyone this fine day? Hello on Rockfin, Psyop within a Psyop, Ashley Knopp, Matrix 6 on Rumble. And look at all you fine people over there on the YouTubes. I just need to go share my Facebook stream because I forgot to do that earlier. So we are streaming on Facebook, but not on my main page, on Deception, Fraud, and Fakery. And I will share that now public to my page. Boom, boom. All right. We're doing good. All right, I see commercial sound and video. Nathan, you're there first. National Memorial Gardens. Gregory May, first cup downed. Yeah. Chicago artist. Hello, good to see you. Mark Wood. Bill Wheel. Shalom. Boston Ray. Aisling 717. Hi, Cami. Zulu 1. Flatty 915. Oh, my chat just jumped. I hope I don't miss anybody now. Mental Pancakes, Alpine Endeavor, Sarah G. Who else am I seeing here? Dr. Law. Spicy Sarah, who I got to see yesterday and hold her sweet, sweet little girl. Oh, that baby is so cute. And Sue Finelli. Good to see you all here. Yeah, good day, everybody. So it is September 25th, so nothing major happened on the 23rd. I know I was seeing a lot of people sharing that stuff on Facebook. Again. Just like it gets shared every year on the 23rd. I think it all started with September 23rd of 2017, where there was an actual alignment across the sky. And then every year since then, the world's like, something's going to happen. The world's going to end or something. But it doesn't. It didn't. It never does. I hate it when people predict stuff, like they put dates on stuff. Why are you putting dates on stuff? You're always wrong. You're always wrong. Always. What was supposed to happen Saturday? You know what? I'm not even sure. Let's see. Let's just search September 23 and see if any posts come up. Here we go. Well, I don't want to bring over the whole thing. Let's see. Of course, there's got to be a TikTok video about that. You want to know what's up with something?
And the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. The Virgo constellation also has the 12 Virginie stars right above her head, forming a crown. Now let's look at verse 2. And she being with child cried, traveling in birth and pain to be delivered. Now check this out. An asteroid named Yeshua went up to Virgo's belly 9 months ago and connected the same location and same time with the moon. And now 9 months later, we have the asteroid called the Child that is sitting inside of Virgo's belly, about to come out right between the 18th to the 23rd. And also look at the number that the astronomers gave to the child. The number is 4580. Add 45 plus 80, that equals 125. Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, 125. And she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God and to his throne. I have so much more information to show you on this. So many signs all over. Stay tuned for my long form video in just a few hours.
Yeah, so...
All right.
Every year, though, see, every year this is what happens. Let's pull up, let me see if I can pull up Stellarium on here. Okay, so here's Stellarium software. Let's see. I wonder if I can... Oh yeah, here we go, web. Yeah, you just launch it on the web. You can download it to... I have it on my phone. I use it to find where stuff is in the sky sometimes. Okay, I agree. Now go away. So, you go over here. Let's see. Let's see, we'll use Charlotte, North Carolina. Use this location, okay? So now, oh wait, actually, can we go back in time? How do you go back in time here? So it's, here we go. So we'll go back. Here we go, it's 22. 23. Well, we'll go to the 23rd. Okay. Constellations. So where is it? Where's Virgo? Am I going the right way? Ursa, Major. I need to zoom out. Why can't I even see it? Sagittarius. Let's bring this down a little bit. Oh, here we go. There's Virgo. Here's Virgo. It's low. Okay, so now night mode. Don't need night mode. So now can we show This web version is not, I don't think, giving me the same options. The app does. Well, that's bunk. I wanted it to show, how do you get it to show the asteroids and stuff? There should be a way to add stuff to it. So right from here, okay, this is weak. I'm gonna have to figure something out.
Check this out. Do we see Bible prophecy?
It's not showing us what I wanted, what I thought it would show us. But what did I miss last week? But if you look at the placement, like every year, there's something with the planets and the constellation of Virgo. But nothing ever happens. Booga booga booga, yeah. Never go full RV. Right? I mean, they're looking at asteroids and stuff. Well, I try to start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on Monday. That's usually what the time that I'm aiming for is 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So displayed. Respected aspects, wheels. Well, I guess I'm not really prepared to show that constellation alignment, but it does happen. It's like every year something in September, and then everybody has a big hissy fit about it, but nothing's actually really happening. Or at least it doesn't. There is a creation significance with September 23. Here's another one. Let's see.
Future.
Are getting prepared for any type of disaster because that's what's happening in the month of September. So we're getting you ready.
Go ahead. Tell yourself it's just a number. Future can be scary.
9 hours and 23 minutes. You'll be mine.
The miracle of deliverance. By 9:23, the water of life shall proceed forth from the throne of the Lamb.
Your father?
The Prince of Darkness!
Let the new prince be decided on Saturday. First South Park, then the world.
Planning off 9:23.
September 23rd.
September 23rd.
This is Agent Dunham. I need immediate evac. 923 Church Street.
Captain's log, stardate 23.9, rounded off to the nearest decimal point. We've traveled back in time to save an ancient species from total annihilation.
She called us. It was Thursday morning, 9:23.
September 23rd.
What is this weird demonic shit they're playing in the background? Jim Carrey did a whole movie on 23. Wasn't there like that was a movie, wasn't it? I don't know. So this one here is another one.
Programming that said that this is going to happen. In the Big Bang,
Big Bang Theory.
Some sort of catastrophic false flag event on September 23rd, I believe, of this year. And I'm going to show you all the predictive
it didn't
programming
happen.
that said that this is going to happen. In the Big Bang Theory, an asteroid strikes on September 23rd. In the movie This Is the End, on September 23rd is the rapture. In the movie Pandemic, an outbreak happens on September 23rd. Ghostbusters, Evil is released on September 23rd. In the movie Tomorrowland, disaster strikes on September 23rd. In the movie Little Shop of Horrors, humans are threatened by some sort of event that happens on, again, September 23rd. In the movie Knowing, a solar flare strikes on September 22nd and lasts till the 23rd. In the movie Seeking a Friend for the End of the World, an asteroid strikes on September 23rd. Julie and Julia, meteor strikes September 23rd. In the movie Sleepy Hollow, dimensions open up on September 23rd. Now you get my point. Predictive programming is something that the psychopaths that rule this world.
So if they are doing that, then what is the point? I mean, nothing happened on September 23rd that we know of. Yeah, in 2020. Exactly. Every year. We all died on the 23rd and we are now in a simulation. It's the start of the rapture. You won't notice until 9/24/24. Oh, okay, so this whole year is going to be like, are we in limbo then? What's happens between now and 24/24? Number 23 is a Jim Carrey movie. Yeah. I wish I had Stellarium installed on this computer. I guess I never installed it, and the web app sucks. I wonder if there's another way to look at meteors passing by Earth now. Is it a meteor? X5 asteroid approaches September 25th. What about previous? This is Asteroid Watch. It's not showing the ones that happened though, that just passed. What did that guy say those craters were called in that video? He was calling them like the child and Yahushua crater or whatever. I never heard anything about that shit. 923239 Rapture. Here we go. Something's going to happen, probably I don't know what, the blah blah blah. It's just gematria, or is it? Let's see.
Talking about, is something going to happen this year, or is it going to be next year?
This is, but see, this is just perpetual, like, fear. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's always got to be something for everybody to worry about, right? Like, it's like, if they can't come up with anything particularly scary to put out into the media, they're just gonna fall back on their 923 installed, pre-programmed fearmonger date, and it's also the fall, right? It's the beginning of the autumn. Beginning of autumn. Cheers, David. Thank you for the tip on Ko-Fi. Appreciate your support. So they're going to go with their pre-programmed, their pre-installed, like, well, just roll out the 923 mumbo jumbo again. You know what I'm saying? Like, marked safe from the apocalypse, World War III, the Antichrist, spaceships landing, aliens, and the noise, ending of the world, the truth being revealed, the solar flash, and another Saturday night in Vegas. So are we supposed to be gone September 23rd or should be worried about October 4th now? I'm confused, right? So now it's also October 4th, right? Because they're doing their emergency test thing to all the phones and everything everywhere. You know what? You know how you want to not be affected by that? Turn your freaking phone off that day. Turn it off in the afternoon for a few hours. Sit in the sun. You know, enjoy the nice cooling off in the autumn weather that we're getting. I mean, why does everybody insist on letting these, like, what are these called? They're like worms. They're like mind worms that they put out into the internet, and they like go crawling through the interwebs, and they come out of the screen and infect your brain. You know, why would we even pay any attention to this shit? That's my question. Equinox and solar storms in energy portal is now open due to equinox cracks opening up in the Earth's electromagnetic field, allowing charged plasma from the sun to enter the atmosphere. All right. Come on, you guys. Everybody's got to be afraid of something. Can't we have a month or like a week, maybe even just a few days where we're not afraid of something, or where we're not like telling everybody that there's something to be worried about or to be afraid of? I mean, the equinox is a significant time as far as the sky goes. I mean, it's the changing of the seasons, but is the world gonna end? I mean, putting all this end of world like programming right when it's supposed to be right in the fall. I mean, aren't you guys seeing how they're kind of trying to control the whole mindset of humanity? They're trying to control that the frequency, you know, whatever the frequency is that your body, your mind is putting out, and they're putting out, you know, and you've got all this subliminal shit for everything to go, the world to go to shit right before it turns into winter. You know, you're already sort of heading into the darker season, the latter season of the year, right? And so they're just using that energy. They're riding that momentum. They're amplifying that that negative frequency, that feeling, and then everybody just goes along with it. It's like, you know, it really, after watching it happen like year after year after year, aren't you guys just tired of it? Like, I'm just like, oh, here we go again. You know what I'm saying? I just wish we could just not. What the heck is going on? Hey, Bizwoofer, good to see you. 666 Chihuahuas tall. Fair porn, it's addicting and they know it exactly, Cammy. Like, can't we just... Hey, you guys, nothing bad's happening. Things are great. Go spend time with your family. Like, that stuff, I guess that just doesn't get the views. It's just not as interesting, right? Like... It's so ridiculous to me. All right, that's enough. I don't even want to look at that anymore. Yeah, move on to the next topic. So tired of it. Right? And you know, for me too, it's like, well, I don't know, maybe picking October as the month to do the event, I don't know if that was necessarily the best idea at the time, but at the time, that's just when it happened to come up that we could do it. It was all by chance that we started doing it in October, which happens to be during the fall, you know. So every year, right before the event, there's all of this like fear mongering, arguing, infighting, world's gonna end, everything's going to shit, like always right before. And but then of course it doesn't happen. And then we all get to the event and we have a great time. But we have a big party. It's so fun. So I guess that's just more the same. It's just way more intense this year. And I have to wonder if it isn't, because you know everything runs in cycles. And it is, this year was a Jubilee Shemitah year, if you guys know about the 7-year cycles, right? So every 7 years is a Shemitah, and every 7 Shemitahs is a Jubilee. And apparently that's what this year was. It was a Jubilee year. So not only is it like the bottom end of a cycle or top end of a cycle, however you want to look at it, like financially, right? It's like the bottom end of a cycle, like a very deep bottom. Economy is in the toilet, right? All that stuff. So it's like more intense. And I feel like this year, that cycle is more intense than it has been previous years. So this is the 5th year that I'm doing the event, and it certainly feels more intense this year above all other years. Now, why is that? I don't know. I just attribute it to the cyclic nature of this realm, and that energy just kind of spills over into everything. And I just feel like this is part of it. Predictions are always wrong. When something big does happen, the signs are spotted in retrospect. Yeah. You know, we always think like, oh, just like, think about it. Okay. The COVID thing, right? We all never saw that coming, and then retroactively we're like, oh, look at all the programming, look what they've been doing for years, this has been a thing. And then they just amped it up, right? They just cranked that shit up times 100, right? But they had already installed that programming there for years. And then we come to find out that people have been, trying to expose those lies and been fighting against, and about that for a long time. They just were never brought to the forefront, and that whole thing brought them to the forefront. So in that respect, it was kind of a good thing. But we didn't see them doing that. Like, if you would have told in 2019, if somebody told you like, dude, they're going to tell everybody that the flu went away and there's this new thing called COVID-19, and they're going to tell everybody that it's like deadly and you have to get a vaccine. If somebody would have laid out the scenario to you in 2019, how things were going to go down, I know none of you would believe. I wouldn't believe it. I'd be like, no way, dude. No way. No one's going to fall for that. You mean people are going to be walking around America with masks on their face like they do in China? No way. But it did. So, I think it's a little bit premature at any time to say, well, I know what they're going to do next. And I know we know what's going to happen. We can examine it. We can keep our eyes open and we can see signs, and we can be like, look what they're doing here. Why are they doing this? Or this is, and it's good. It's good to do that. It's good to keep the beast in check. The beast has to be whipped back into shape. So in that respect, it's good to, monitor it and stuff, but 4th of the 11th, yeah. But you can't let it like drive things. You know what I'm saying? We can't let it drive our mindset, which is what is happening when all this 923 stuff gets pushed. This, end of the world, something's going to happen. Like, that's the beast controlling your mindset. And you can't let it do that. We can't let it do that. And I feel like everybody just falls for it so easily. There are so many false prophecies out there, they never come true, just more fear porn. Yeah. Geo Ptolemy. Hi Karen, in the UK it's going to be shut down winter in the jab season. I heard the UK is pushing more stuff. Hi Mark Wontraba, good to see you. Yeah. So far though, my UK people have not said they can't come. So we're still going on. Like Flattoberfest is happening as advertised, as planned. I'm just gonna let you guys know. And I feel like a lot of this too, a lot of this fear porn being pushed up or amped up, is in opposition to us having a gathering where we get all our people together and we talk and we have experiences in real life face-to-face conversations, which builds bonds between people, right? That's how you build a bond. That's how you build friendships. And you start to say, well, I've actually spent time and broke bread with, so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, So it's like uniting people, all right? Instead of keeping us all separated on the interwebs, interacting virtually, which is good. It's sufficient for most of the time, but we really need to keep the in real life events going. We need to keep the face-to-face interaction going. It's really important. It really is. And sometimes even I forget until the event happens and I see what's happening. I see everybody, having a great time and talking and laughing and exchanging contact information and, learning from each other. It's like, you can't beat it. You really can't beat it. So I think they just don't want us to have fun. If we notice the clues before it happens and it doesn't happen, well, that's what I'm saying. That's my point, where it's good to talk about it, but it's like a double-edged sword. I just don't like it when people start sharing it like, this is gonna happen, watch out, this is gonna be for real, on this day, the world's gonna end. It's like, that is freaky. That's alarmist. You're alarming people. It'd be better to just be, well, this is my opinion, okay? Better just be like, by the way, it's the end of September and everybody's going to start spreading that end of the world, September 23rd fear porn shit again. Don't believe it. What happens is never what you think is going to happen. That's for sure. What happens is never what you think is going to happen. This is why I'm telling everybody I don't know what's going to happen in Las Vegas, because honestly, I don't. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Welcome to the conference center. There is one party in the conference. You are a host.
Ooh, I got my phones open. And I have a caller. So if anybody wants to call in, phone number is 848-222-2480. It should be on the screen there. You can see it. If you haven't got your tickets to Flattoberfest yet, you can use code THANKSBOB to get 10% off your ticket. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, all right. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, this is Kyle.
Hey, Kyle, how's it going?
Going good. They want to fight us harder right before Flattoberfest. I'm going to fight them harder. So I'm actually picking a fight with the Utah State Board of Education right now, accusing them of federal charges on religious infringement, right? They ask us a question in school saying, when did the Big Bang happen? And you are required to say 13.5 billion years ago, as if you believe the Big Bang actually happened, right? That is religious infringement, right? That if you religiously believe that the Big Bang never happened, then you shouldn't be docked for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to dock your grade in school, your state-run school, for not believing in the Big Bang. So they are infringing upon your religious rights. And so, yeah, I'm totally going to fight them on that. And yeah, now if they want to change things, they can say, okay, when does NASA claim the Big Bang happened? If you can do that and make that little tiny change, then all of a sudden now you can separate yourself from the situation. You can separate your beliefs from their claim.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to push for the Utah State Board to change their test questions that way. If they want to say that the sun is 93 million miles away, okay, and push the whole heliocentric model, they can separate that from my beliefs. And that way we are not forced to lie when we go to school. When our kids go to a state-run school, they are not forced to lie in order to get good grades. Right? They can have their own beliefs, and it's all coming down to that the way the question is worded. If they ask you, is the earth flat or a globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are required to say it's a globe, okay, that's totally infringing upon your rights. Okay. Now, if they say, if NASA claims, what shape of the earth does NASA claim it? That's totally free. They're totally okay to say that. And so, yeah, I'm totally up in the game with it. I'm going to fight them on this. I've already sent out my email to the Utah State Board of Education, and this is going down.
Wow. Right on, Kyle. Be interesting to see the outcome of that.
Yeah. And I sent some emails to some professors over here at Utah Tech University, just talking to them about their the way they word their test questions. And some tests are on them, that they can choose how they want to write their tests. Other tests are up to the state, and so this is on two grounds. And so I've kind of given them warning, guys. As a professor, when it comes to a test that you write, you need to write your questions appropriately to separate a person's beliefs from the claims that you want to address in the curriculum. And so, because if you do it wrong, that's a federal crime. If you do it right, then you're totally good. So it's kind of an individual matter per professor but it's a much bigger ground with the state of Utah. So yeah, there's two separate fights there, I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. Like I said, I told you before that I found an ember. If I blow on it, this can become a really big fire. So yeah, I'm out there sending emails to different professors and sending texts, and yeah, I'm blowing on this ember. It's going to be a big fire.
Right on, Kyle. That would be very interesting to see how that plays out. It'd be cool if you can get them to change their questions.
Yeah, people deserve the right to disagree, and the way Scantrons are currently written, we don't have a right to disagree. You are required to act as if you believe them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are required to lie. So that's a huge issue. So yeah, we can make a difference. So yeah.
Cool. And do you have a new channel put up yet, Kyle? Are you starting a new channel?
I've got a new YouTube channel. Yeah, I've got a new YouTube channel all set up. It's you can find it by Kyle Adams, Abolish NASA. Just look for that and you'll see.
All right. Awesome. Is that it? Anything else?
That's it. That's my big
all right.
big news.
Yeah, right on.
If anyone would like to write to their state board of education about the same matter, do it. This is a thing that doesn't just affect the state of Utah. This affects our entire country. And so, yeah, the more emails that we can send out, the more text messages we can send out to individual professors, to the school board members, the better. So all the help we can get on that.
Was that particular question, is that on like the primary school level, like between like first and 12th grade, or is it college, or what?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
These kind of questions are right there. Yeah, I was looking at my daughter's 6th grade workbook, and you find questions like this. It's not like this exact question, but you see questions like this. How are lunar eclipses? How do they happen? Right? And it's not how does NASA claim lunar eclipses happen? It's just asking your student what they believe in. How are lunar eclipses? How do they take place? And if your student asks or answers it the way they believe it, they're docked, and that's a huge issue for everyone.
Yeah, that's cool. All right. Well, good job, Kyle.
So yeah, I'll keep you posted on the where this fight goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yeah, that'll be great. All right. Thanks for calling.
Good talking to you.
All right, you
too.
too.
No problem.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
That's pretty good. We should be, holding their toes to the fire on certain things. It's like you're never gonna fix everything all at one time, right? Like it's never, you can't just like do one sweep and like boom, it's fixed. We're gonna have to like undo it, unravel it over time, just in the same way that we were educated and programmed into these beliefs and into this system. We're gonna have to figure a way to program and educate ourselves back out of it. Like that's how you undo it. So when we talk about things like, homeschooling, or even if you can't homeschool, your children do go to public school, you can still discuss whatever it is they're learning with them. You can, ask them, what did they learn today? And then when they tell you, then you can talk about it, and you can say, well, they probably told you XYZ about this, but let me just tell you something different. You can supplement the public education. You can kind of undo, as it were, the programming that they get when they come back home with an alternative, right? With the alternative explanation, or just give them a different idea. It's just because if you are in a position where your child does have to go to public school, it's not the end of the world. There's things you can do to try to keep them, on the critical thinking side. So yeah, YouTube abolish NASA. Did you find it, Benny? Good job. There you go. Yeah, that's Kyle's new channel. He's got 5 subscribers. You guys should give him a sub, because his channel got totally wiped out, which sucks. That's got to be incredibly frustrating, because we put a lot of work into this stuff, and they just have no problem just deleting it all without a second thought. And meanwhile, we're putting in like hours and hundreds of hours of time into creating content like that. So go give Kyle a sub at that link, you guys. I have pondered the how of eclipses for as long as I can recall. Yeah. We might never know. We may never figure out what the sky is doing. You guys realize that, right? We might never, ever figure that out. And it's funny too, because Amanda was putting in a Glowbusters chat, like somebody is arguing with her on Facebook about flat Earth, and they're of course reverting to the lights in the sky, and how supposedly the sun doesn't change, angular size under a solar filter, from the one day part of the day to the next, which is not true. It does. It's just very little, and it's just You know, but here's the thing. The lights in the sky don't define the shape of the earth. And I don't understand. I mean, I guess I do. It's really hard for people to separate that. It's like, but they can't, you know, they're like, but the sky, you know, but this, but that ball in the sky keeps going around. You know what I mean? Like they just can't, they can't separate terra firma and the flat level ground that has no curvature where we can see too far, and the fact that we aren't moving or we don't detect any motion. It's like they still are hung up on the lights in the sky, and there's something about that for some people. They just can't they can't get past that, and I'm sure a lot of you have run into that too. Right there, Benny Boy posted it. Abolish NASA. That is... Here, let me open it again. There, that's Kyle's channel. Have you given Vibes of Cosmos playlist a look? You guys, here's what I don't understand. Do you guys think that because I don't agree with the moon map that I haven't looked at it? I have looked. I've watched many Vibes of Cosmos videos. I've taken screenshots, dozens and dozens of screenshots to analyze what it is they're saying in these videos. I don't agree with it. It's made up. It doesn't match reality. That's just my opinion. Like, I have scrutinized it. And for me, it just doesn't resonate. I don't resonate with it. It doesn't make logical sense to me. I can't, you know, I can't make the connection between the made up map and what we know Earth is now. You know, it just doesn't work for me. The continents are completely different sizes and they're in completely different places. And then there's big, huge, giant land masses in the middle of what we know is ocean because we freaking fly over it all the time. I just don't see it. Half a pound of the asteroid? There is more. I've seen footage further than 275 miles, but that's plenty enough to prove it's not a ball. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like Bigfoot. Well, Bigfoot's not fake, but that's also just my opinion. But I also don't like freak out on people who don't believe in Bigfoot, right? I don't even say I believe in it. I know. I am a knower. I know the earth is flat and I know Bigfoot's real. Why do I know? Because I have had dozens and dozens of firsthand experience. I know that there are these creatures that exist on this plane right here alongside of us. There's a whole population of them. Do you guys have to believe it? No. Is it my mission in life to make you all believe the same as me? No. Do I care? No. No, I don't. I mean, there are much more, there's actual more witnesses for Bigfoot than there are for the globe. In fact, there's 0 witnesses for the globe, and there are thousands of witnesses for Bigfoot. So, You seen footage of Mexico from Wolfman shit? Or Dogman? Yeah, well, so there is a creature called Dogman now that a lot of people talk about. Dogman, me personally, I have not had any experience with Dogman. All my stuff has been with Bigfoot. So Dogman, well, I don't know what this is. This a cartoon that's coming out now? But anyway, Dogman is like, basically it's like a werewolf type creature that supposedly is around. It's like a creature that looks like a dog, like this, supposedly, and walks upright, but, you know, is like a dog. I don't really, like I said, I don't have any experience with Dogman. I've never seen a Dogman. I've known people who say they've seen Dogman. So, scary Dogman encounter stories. Yeah, there's a lot of them. And you'll see like a lot of Bigfoot channels are starting to cross over into Dogman content too. Ooh, what's this? That does not look like a Dogman. That looks like a blurry picture of some creature. Footage of rare Ontario Dogman. Let's see. Ah!
Right, so here's some follow-up pictures. It was really hard to find the exact same spot, because everything looks the same with these cedars, unless there's something sticking out like that Sasquatch or a Dogman was. And there's myself on the road in behind the concession, and here's the clip.
Okay, so just a follow-up to that footage. Someone owns this property back there.
Or Bigfoot or Sasquatch.
Hi everybody, I'm Blaine Tyler for Finding Sasquatch. Come here again. And you can see its arm.
Okay, this is not very good.
Coming up the road.
See, a lot of them are blob squatches, but I can't even say that I've ever seen legit video of a Dogman. Ew. Let's see. Real Dogman photo?
Good evening. Tonight we have a special report brought to you by the National Low. So this picture's been floating around on the internet the last couple days, and I wanted to talk to you guys about it. It's very suspect, but interesting and kind of scary all at the same time.
Dude, it looks like a skeleton arm.
Wolf, canine-like creature. Some people have said German Shepherd, although I don't think the coloring is exact. You can see it walking on its hind legs. Also, what's very fascinating is you look at the forearms. The left forearm leg seems to be very malnourished or misshapen, and the right forearm appears to be bone, which is incredibly odd and kind of scary. Here's a close-up of the mid-torso. You'll also see that the upper torso and the lower torso don't exactly match. Now, I know dogs can somehow stand up on their hind legs for a second or two.
I don't know. That looks fake. That looks fake. But, you know... Dogman photos from Northern California. You gotta wonder, though, if there is something like this running around. I mean, that to me seems like... And I know it's probably weird to say, but that's, like, more bizarre than Bigfoot. Because Bigfoot is not... While they're, like, supposedly really huge and, like, 10 feet tall, they're not, like... they're not really that far away from species and creatures that we already know to walk this plane. But like an upright walking dog figure, that's bizarre. That's like chimeric sounding, right? Dogmen are huge. Oh, Bill, are you familiar with dogmen? You know what's up with some dogmen? I've never had a dogman sighting or any sort of experience. I'd hang them all. Skinwalkers are real. Oh, you think it's a skinwalker, Kyle? Why do we think we have all of creation on lockdown? Fact is, we don't know shit. That's true, Big Pine Sailing. I agree. Pass this into YouTube. Werewolf found in what? Werewolf in Mexico City? Is there a werewolf terrorizing southern Mexico? Southern Mexican town terrorized by werewolf. This is all the way back to 2020? Werewolf menaces Mexican town. Werewolves in Mexico. Oh, and then it's talking about the furry family. Those dudes are old though. They're not. Let's see. Are they shooting it? Come on. Dude, come on. That's horror movie special effects. Come on. Bruh. Was that the video? Mystery Wolfman creature caught on camera. That's the video. Yeah, that looks fake. That's wild. To me, it looks like movie special effects, but you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
What is this strange figure that people are trying to figure out?
Yeah, so there's aliens now, there's monkeypox. What about Wolfman? Yeah, this is really, you guys, sometimes this job is just too much. It's trying me today. Here's some video, though.
This one is trying you today?
Yeah, it's trying me. This is from Amarillo, Texas. It shows an unknown figure walking around a perimeter fence at the Amarillo Zoo. The creature is wolf-like, I guess. It, to me, sort of looks like the Sonic before they, had to fix it. But anyway, it was spotted at around 1 a.m. in May 21st. Apparently, there was no sign of entry into the zoo. No animals or people were harmed. The city is now encouraging people to submit ideas for what they think it might be, saying, quote, "We just want the Amarillo community to have fun with this."
No.
Oh, my God.
It's the internet, so good luck with that not backfiring, but we'll keep you posted. I liked your thought, Pedro, that it was chupacabra.
Yeah, chupacabra.
Like, what is that? That's not even... Is that the only... Is there any other werewolf video? This one's 20 minutes long. I don't want to watch 20 minutes of werewolf video, but... Why are the videos always so poor? They're always such poor quality. Like, what is this blob that I'm looking at here? Always. And here's the one we just looked at.
Of Moscow, their car seemed to bump into what they assumed was a wildlife.
There's like, okay, if this is a dog man, there's no pads on its feet. It's got crusty human-looking feet.
Saw a wolf-like.
Do you think if it was a dog man that it would have the pads and claws on its feet like a dog? Like, why does it have a dog mouth, but then it has stupid human feet?
Pictures and videos of the strange creature have then been circulating online, and many people hold a different view of what the animal could be. The majority indicated that it might be a werewolf, while some think it is just an ordinary animal from the wolf family.
An ordinary animal from the wolf family. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I don't think that's real. What is this shit? Is this like some twisted furry convention?
Upper hind leg, which acted as a hand in the posture in which the werewolf was appearing. Upon sighting the creature, the passerby took his heels and ran for his dear life, and the werewolf noticed the scrambling and decided not to give an eye to the man but continued it crossing as if nothing had happened. 2 cars can be seen in the video, and it appears that the occupant of the vehicles notices the creature's presence and decides to shut themselves in the cars to avoid being a victim of the strange-looking creature. The werewolf seems to notice the presence of humans in the car as it moves closer
Come
to
on.
verify, but immediately continues its journey when he discovers that the humans have gone into hiding. Number 16.
Come on, you guys. That's a person in a wolf suit.
Video seems to have been shot very late at night, with many condemning the lady in the video and asking why she took the risk of going out alone in the woods at that ungodly hour. And as the lady was venturing far into the woods, she heard and noticed a whimpering sound that she thought came from her dog Macy. She even called out at her dog at that moment and was heard to be asking in the video, "Was that her?"
This is really... Is that her? Come on, Macy!
But after calling out for her dog numerous times without getting any response, she decided to follow the sound of the noise and went further deep into the woods. But upon getting to where she seemed to be had been hearing the whimpering sound, she got the shock of her life with the aid of her torchlight by encountering a wolf-like creature with a big head, mouth open, displaying its sharp teeth, threatening to...
Come on!
Upon sighting the creature, she took to her heels and was
These
seen gasping
people
for
are
air while
staging
shouting.
shit.
Oh my god, so many speculations have then sprung up, with many speculating it to be a werewolf.
Wait, I want to hear that scream again.
Big head, mouth open, displaying its sharp teeth, threatening to pounce on her at any moment. Upon sighting the creature, she took to her heels and was seen gasping for air while shouting. Oh my god, so many speculations have then sprung up, with many speculating it to be a werewolf, while many debunk the theory.
Come on, buddy. You know, this is proof that people love attention. They love they love making up shit just to get attention. They want clicks.
Experts for help. The team of experts appeared to be marveled when they saw how massive the creature was on camera and was further seen calculating how massive the creature could be in real life, with one expert even joking that just the shoulder of the creature could roll over him. One of the experts even congratulated the farmer on how lucky he was when the creature appeared to not to notice the farmer's house and intruded on his and his family's peace. And after calculating and estimating the creature's size, plans were now being made on how to trap and capture the creature. And the farmer was seen in the video telling the experts that he would be more than happy if they could get the creature off his farm, as he
Is that a bear? That could have been a bear.
his family. Number 4, October 31st, 1999. A young woman named Dorothy Gibson was driving along Bray Road, and as she neared the intersection of Hospital Road, she leaned over to change the station on her radio when she felt her right front tire bounce off the ground as if she had hit something. Concerned, she stopped the car and got out to see what it was. Finding nothing on the roadway behind her car, she began to look around. As she looked carefully into the darkness, she suddenly saw a dark, hairy form racing in the corner. She did not see what the figure looked like from the distance at which she was standing, but she did see that the figure was quite massive and robust. Startled by the uncommon form, she got back into her car. She jumped in and tried to drive away when the beast jumped under her truck. Luckily for her, it was too wet for the creature to hang on, and it fell off the pavement. When the news of this woman's sighting of the Beast of Bray got out, many more people began to recount their experience with the Beast of Bray. Number 13.
See, I thought these were supposed to be on camera. Isn't this the same one they just looked at?
The werewolf appeared to take a human form and was so hairy, possessed sharp teeth and very large ears. The shape of the head was like that of a dog, but much larger than a dog. Pictures of its long claws and big mouth were taken as more scientific research.
Bruh, come on. Now, this is so fake. Look at this. Why do people even think this is real? Like, when dogs snarl when they're showing their teeth, it's because they lift those that their lips go up. They move, right? They go "Arr," right? They're not permanently stuck in snarl mode. Okay? Like, this thing is like laying here like stuck in snarl mode. Like, it doesn't even have enough lips or flesh to ever have its mouth completely closed. I mean, it's just not even... You guys, it's not even good fake shit. It's just not. You know, most of these look like furries.
This is from a German history documentary, and it shows the moments when a real werewolf was shot and killed by the German soldiers. This video began with a narrator who seems to be narrating how the werewolf was found, shot, and killed. Some group of German soldiers were walking across the woods and, at some point, decided to take a nap and make a fire to make provision for food. They were seen talking to each other in the video and smoking cigarettes with one of the soldiers, who seemed to be displaying what seemed like pointing their gun to a particular position. Minutes later, they seemed to have gunned down a strange-looking creature which happens to be a werewolf. The werewolf was seen in the video laying down on the bare floor.
Oh yeah, look at this video that's so, like, clear. Crisp and clear. You could see the soldiers in the video, but then they try to look at the werewolf and it's just a big white blob. Like, give me a fucking break.
The werewolf appeared to be a very big black and hairy creature with sharp teeth and long ears, and the body structure was like that of a human. Number 9.
What?
The werewolf appeared to be a very big black and hairy creature with sharp...
Come on. That's horror movie shit. That's horror movie makeup shit again. So much of this stuff is just like, man, it's so low res. Everybody's got an HD camera, you know. Oh, there's a wolf man. No, not a wolf man. What is this, like a fucking beaver or something? Everybody's got an HD camera in their pocket. Like, seriously. I mean, these videos are worse than Blob Squatch videos. They're worse than Blob Squatch videos. Badger. Yeah, Kyle, look like a badger. Or something. Check out this astronaut Karen Nyberg exposed. Did you ever watch Even the Rocks? Oh. Ghost videos are more fun to watch. Yeah, I agree. You guys seen that hella creepy video where the dude finds a cement culvert type tunnel? It goes underground out in the middle of the woods and he goes way down in it and sees some weird shit written on walls. No! Chimera is also an organic occurrence, Bill, like vanishing twins in utero. One zygote can absorb the other zygote, two separate DNA strands in a single organic being. Yeah, but a chimera would be a mix of two kinds. I consider a chimera like a chimeric is when you're taking two completely different species and blending them together to make an abomination. That's what I consider chimeric to be. Oh God. Truth exposed. It's hilarious that people think Paige is Karen Nyberg. This is hilarious. That's hilarious. I saw a werewolf drinking a pina colada at Trader Vic's. His hair was perfect. Well, these are just... like, that's a bear. That to me looks like a bear. Or something. Doesn't look like a werewolf. Or, you know, humans in a stupid outfit. So... 3 hours of intense dogman encounters. I bet that's one of the best dogman videos. Here, it's a minute long. Let's see.
With the black face.
What are you looking at, my dude? Then you gotta wonder, like, are these people seeing shit that the camera isn't? Because I don't see it. What are you looking at, my dude? Yeah, there's nothing there. Literally nothing there. Slender Man. What are you guys talking about? The furry convention? Seriously. Best times of the year. Absolutely. By the way, the number to call is 848-222-2480 if anybody wants to call in. Talk about your Dogman experiences, Bigfoot experiences. The Hat Man. What is the Hat Man? I know what I wanted to do. Once again, I keep seeing this Skystone thing come up. So I did want to see if I could do a... This almost looks like a piece of glass, though. Looks like a piece of slag glass. So... let's see. Search. What does the Skystone come up as? Blue Diamond, Blue Andara, Azure Blue, Blue Aura Quartz, Aquamarine, Lab created Blue Topaz, yeah. I just don't think there is a Skystone. Like, if the firmament, well, I mean, I guess there could be, but it just seems too, I don't know. Maybe. What do you guys think about Skystone? Could Skystone be real? Wolverines. Boy, you guys. I'm just checking my Coffee Talk chat here for stuff that I had posted that I was watching. Oh, you guys. I'm gonna show you guys this. You want to see some crazy shit? You know how crazy people are? These freaking wacko cultists that run the world. Look at this. Live from the global march to end fossil fuels in Toronto. Did you guys see this? Look at these creepy broads. They look like old witches that like came out of their caves. Well, I don't even know. Some of them might be dudes. Can't even tell if they're men or women. No dancing on a dead planet. They're so twisted, man. Everything, I feel like inversion of the realm is complete. The inversion is complete. Everything that is good is being called bad, and everything that is bad is being called good. Summermen. I went to Quebec City last week and I saw so many amazing old world buildings. I highly recommend visiting there. How old is stuff? What's the oldest city in North America? Here we go. We have a couple of things coming up. Let's check it what they say. Oldest cities in North America. Flores, Guatemala is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in North America. Oribe, United States. Oribe is a village belonging to the Hopi tribe that is found in the northeastern region of Arizona, specifically in Navajo County. Oribe is also popularly known as Oraibi by its indigenous inhabitants and is situated on the Hopi Reservation on the third mesa near the village of Kikotsmovi. It is one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements in North America, having been established before the year 1100 CE. According to archaeological speculation, the Hopi were forced to abandon some of their smaller villages in the area due to a series of severe droughts during the late 13th century. As a result, the Hopi were concentrated in a few population centers around the area. Oribe is among the surviving settlements whose population grew, making the... That is very interesting. I've never even heard of... Huh. Why did I click on that and then the city disappeared? Look, it's right there. Weird. $11.50, huh? Boy, there is not much here. Interesting. In the desert, huh? Mexico City, founded in 1325. Quebec City, there you go. Quebec City, founded on July 3rd, 1608 by French navigator, soldier, ethnologist, geographer, explorer, cartographer, chronicler, and diplomat known as Samuel de Champlain. Quebec is among North America's oldest European settlements. The city was established as the settlement of St. Lawrence, Iroquoian, at an old abandoned site known as Stadacona. Interesting. Detroit, also one of the oldest cities. Acoma Pueblo, Mexico City. St. Augustine, Florida. Interesting. And San Diego. You know what's funny? San Diego is actually a really old city. I had no idea until I was living there for a couple of years, and they've even got this old building in old San Diego, like this old house. I forget how old it is, but it's haunted, and it's like called the haunted something, and you can go in there and take tours of this haunted house. And there's a lot of old shit in San Diego. Like, I didn't even realize it till it was pretty cool though. San Diego, I have to say, is like the best. It's one of the coolest places in Southern California, although it's too expensive and it's overpopulated, and it's in California, which the state government of California is the biggest pile of shit. So they've made it not fun anymore, but interesting. But it is one of the oldest. I had no idea until I lived there. Wouldn't think of anything in California as that old, you know? But there's actually a lot of old stuff there, like the missions down in Southern California, because it used to be Mexico. So there's like a lot of those missions, the Spanish style missions and stuff over there. It's really cool. The crash is here. Uh-oh. Cheers, Tony Coriolis. Thank you for the tip. I'm not getting any errors. I don't know why. Says excellent connection. Yeah, the whole realm is old. Yeah, okay. Whaley House Museum. Yeah, that's probably it. 5 times 1,000. That I can't remember the name of it because I haven't lived there in over a decade, and it's been really a long time. I'm starting to lose that information, but that could be it. But there was like it's a creepy old house, and even the people that work there get freaked out sometimes. It's pretty funny. Now I want to look and see if that's it. What is it? Whaley House? Whaley House Museum. Whaley House. Haunted folklore. Yeah. Come on. Website. Is this their website? Oh, that sucks. Come on. Why isn't it loading properly? Just pick up images. Yeah. But yeah, and there's some old Victorian houses there. Gregory May knows because he's like, he does a lot of that historic San Diego stuff. But there's really a lot of cool stuff over there. So let's see. You were in Quebec City. Let's see Quebec. Quebec City. I want to see images. Oh yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, look at that. Is this where they have those huge hotels that are built by the railroad companies? Like, look at these. How cool is that? With the turrets on the corners. That's pretty cool. Well, Quebec City mostly has pictures of this building, whatever it is. What is this? Is this that hotel? I don't care if it's more than 5 years old. So what, you don't play it anymore? You don't show it if it's over 5 years old? Oh, the Chateau Frontenac. There we go. That's what it's called. Chateau Frontenac. Chateau Frontenac. So how do you go to the original? Does it not have its own page? Grand Hotel in Quebec City. I think this is the one, right? That was made by the railroad company. Cairnby. Banff is where we went. We did Speaker's House, Canada. Precious Memories. Yeah, Banff is cool looking. What about the F-35 jet that supposedly crashed because of bad weather? The pilot ejected into a farmer's field. Yeah. Is it 11:11? Ooh, it is 11:11. Oh, it just turned to 11:12. Zulu, I think you typed in 11:11 right at the very last second of 11:11. Looks like all the Canadian Parliament buildings are old Tartaria buildings. They are not Tartaria buildings, okay? Not every old building is Tartaria building. And I don't buy this thing where everybody says, oh, but when I say Tartaria, I mean it's an old world building. Well, then say old world. Tartaria is a specific region between Russia and China that isn't even a thing anymore. I just don't, you know, whatever. Whatever. Never heard of Banff? Banff is great because they have these incredible mountain ranges. Let's see if I can pull up some images. Look at the pictures. This is Banff. Look at this. Isn't that amazing? Got these huge mountains. I mean, look at that. Of course, this is not buildings we're looking at. Contrary to what some people might believe. That's really impressive. Look at the end of that street with the big old mountain at the end. I mean, look at that. That is crazy. Huge mountain right there. Watched the latest My Lunch Break. He found an old world building with engravings of the Tartarian flag. Retardtaria. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, what's happening, Karen? Johnny from San Diego.
How's it going?
Oh, good. Yeah, if you ever have any questions about America's finest city, I'm your man. Born and raised here since 1963.
Oh yeah, awesome. You're still living there?
Oh, of course, yeah. Well, I live out in East County.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I didn't hear you. I didn't have my speaker on.
Ah, okay. Well, so, how old is some of the stuff out there? What's the oldest thing out there? Do you know?
Well, like we have the museums in Balboa Park that were built for the World's Fair.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
I haven't gone and looked to see if they're actually temporarily built or if they're actually some of the buildings are. I think there's one building where there's a big tower. I think that might actually be old.
They've got the
and I bet you that bridge.
Yeah, I used to go to Balboa Park a lot. I would take my children over there when I lived there. They have that botanical building. That's part of the World's Fair, I think, isn't it? That old botanical building? Or no?
Yeah, they got crazy plants in there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And they got the big koi ponds in front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite places to go when I was living over there, was Balboa Park.
Oh, it's my favorite place to go. All right. That one ghost house you're talking about, I never heard of it. But my aunt, she lived in Hillcrest, because it's right next to Balboa Park.
Mm-hmm.
And she moved there in 1969. And she lived in a turn-of-the-century house. And endless ghost stories going on in that house.
Really?
Yeah. For real. And the whole family, so, nobody's like daydreaming or night dreaming. So, hey, my big question is, did you get a chance to listen to Skating Away from Jethro Tull?
I did. I did listen
What do
to
you
it.
think?
I didn't really get it. To be honest with you.
Really?
Maybe I have to listen to it
Okay.
again. But I was like, I don't really get it.
Watch the work. Do it with the lyrics.
All right. Okay, I'll have to play it again with the lyrics.
If you listen to it, it's like a flat earther actually wanting to say, fuck it all. I'm going to go see what's on beyond the ice wall.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's me. I'm different. You'll meet me in Vegas.
Right on. It's going to be a blast.
All right, sister. I can't wait.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Everybody have a good day. You too.
Yeah, you
Bye.
too. Thanks for calling. That's what... Not a visual I want. California building he's talking about, botanical building, is currently being restored. Oh, really? The building's being restored. Mexican heritage there. Well, the Victorian houses, those were all built typically in like the 1800s, 17 and 1800s, like pretty much when supposedly America was first, colonized or settled or whatever. that's the style of house they started building, was the Victorian style, right? Because they're bringing that from Europe. Balboa Park was where the dance called the Balboa was invented. Huh. Bizwoofer, you heard Archaics and Brother Sanchez talking about Flattoberfest? Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Why? I mean, Bro Sanchez is cool, but the other guy? I have no interest. No interest at all in talking to, about, being in the same room with that person. No desire. None. Zero. That's all I gotta say about that. Hey, Joe Mama. I mean, seriously, why does anybody want to even talk to that guy? The shit that comes out of his mouth. Pure drivel. I'd rather binge watch the Bachelorette seasons. I mean, seriously, and if you know what that is, you'll know that that is complete torture. That would be torture for me. Anyway, what else is going on? Probably not a whole much. Might be a short coffee talk today. Might be a short coffee talk today. Hey. Getting some reposts on Twitter. Nice. Warren Zevon looks like Elton. Dribble in high school. Hey, but Benny boy, we're doing pretty good though. All that stuff got brought up and I never lost my shit once. The rain comes back tomorrow. Do we have a theme for Strange World tomorrow? It's going to be Full Moon Friday. Everyone can verify that moonlight is cold for yourself. What is this? Is there a theme for Strange World tomorrow? I don't know. Oh yeah, I already have my thumbnail for tomorrow. And show title. Tomorrow, let's see, let me save it. It's episode 426 of Strange World, and it's called United We Stand. And this is the thumbnail. Mark's got a great sense of humor, don't you think? Hey, Rob Cleveland. Okay, you guys want to talk about the F-35? Jonna wants to talk about the F-35. The official Twitter account of the Lockheed F-35 Lightning II. Have you seen my F-35?
The address of the emergency. Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
I guess we got a pilot at our house, and he says he got ejected. Well, he ejected from the plane, so we just see if we could get some ambulance, please.
I'm sorry, what happened?
We got a pilot in the house, and I guess he landed in my backyard, and we were trying to see if we could get a ambulance to the house, please.
Okay. So, like, okay. What is the phone number that you're calling from? Okay, we're getting help on the way. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Is this really the call? Hilarious.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Patient.
Yes.
Okay, how old is the patient?
47. So we had a military jet crash. I'm the pilot. We need to get rescue rolling. I'm not sure where the airplane is. It would have crash landed somewhere. I ejected.
Okay, how far did he fall?
I was at 2,000 feet.
Okay, and what caused the fall?
An aircraft failure.
Okay. Okay, is there any serious bleeding?
I don't know. I can't see myself. No, you look fine.
You can't see myself? You don't know?
What did the other person say?
I feel okay. My back just hurts.
Okay.
Probably from getting
Has
ejected.
there been a report of an airplane crash?
I have not seen any come up yet. Okay, what part of the body was injured?
Ma'am, I'm a pilot in a military aircraft, and I ejected. So I just rode a parachute down to the ground. Can you please send an ambulance?
Yes, sir. I've already told you they're on their way. I'm just required to ask these questions while they're en route.
Hilarious. That's the real call? Too funny. Oh, is that supposed to be the crash? I can't even see the plane. Where's the plane? How weird. Where's the jet? Did you see that? Where's the jet? Weird. So this is another jet crash. That's another jet crash. F-22 that crashed on May 15, 2020. I mean, we have pictures of jets crashing. Speaking of living in San Diego, if you live in San Diego, you also know that that's where the Top Gun school is, Miramar, where they train jet pilots, and they crash those things all the freaking time. I mean, not all the time, but pretty often. When I lived there, there was like 2 or 3 jet crashes. Like once a year, they will crash a jet. At least once a year, it seems like. Alleged footage of the F-35 crashing in Charleston, South Carolina. But this is nighttime. Didn't it happen during the day, or is it early morning? Oh shit. Is this in the morning?
It looks like it's on fire.
It crashed. So, oh, that's interesting. You don't see the pilot eject, though. It's pretty dark.
Here.
That's crazy. So there's video of it, supposedly. Kim Jong, da-da-da. Ah! Mystery solved. Of course, and then the memes, the aliens with the jet, of course. What happened? Military. Oh, I spelled military wrong. Search. Let's see if they have anything about the F-35 in here. And what they say. Nothing. Wow. Military doesn't have anything released on the F-35 crash yet. Slams defective F-35s after fighter jet crash. He landed in my backyard. The strange saga of the downed and briefly missing F-35 jet. 911 call received to the pilot ejected into suburban Charleston, South Carolina family's backyard. It's fittingly as bizarre as the incident. I guess we got a pilot at our house and he says he got ejected. The 47-year-old pilot jumps on the line to explain he ejected from a military plane and parachuted 2,000 feet to the unidentified family's backyard in North Charleston. It's really trippy, though, because where's the jet in these videos? Like, you can't see it. Right? Like, they're showing you a crash site, but I don't see any jet there, or... It's just weird to me. Was it a malfunction in the jet that actually ejected the pilot beyond his control, or did the pilot actually pull the ejection handle? Early in the search, Jeremy Huggins, a spokesman, blah blah blah. Weird. A South Carolina man is going viral for his colorful account of how an F-35 stealth fighter aircraft near Randolph White improvised his own sound effects in the interview. The Williamsburg County resident told a reporter in Charleston that he heard an aircraft crash near his home this week. I was in the bathroom taking a shave and I heard a screeching between a screech and a whistle. Oh, let's see what he said.
I had a chance to talk to a man who lives out here. He told me he actually heard the plane as it was flying past his house and crashing nearby, but he didn't know what it was.
I'm almost October the 6th. I'll be 72 years old.
Randolph White retired from his job at the paper mill in Georgetown 10 years ago. He lives in this house with his wife in a very rural area of Williamsburg County.
Well, it's nice and quiet and peaceful, and I don't have to worry about people that, close up tight. I like space.
He loves living about 2 miles away from where he grew up. Normally it's pretty quiet, but on Sunday afternoon,
I was in the bathroom taking a shave, and I heard a screeching, between a screech and a whistle. I said, what in the world is this? And I heard a boom. Then my whole house shook.
White says he didn't realize it was a plane at the time, so he didn't call anybody.
The first thought came to me, I said, must a meteorite coming out of space or something? I said, well, if it's an airplane, it needed to be reported, but the thing was flying just too low. So yesterday evening, I said, the helicopters, I was out there walking. Choppers keep flying around. I said, well, somebody must have robbed a bank or killed some people or whatever.
Why do the police look like military?
It was about the plane.
The F-35B airplane wreckage created an extensive debris field. The wreckage is located off Old Georgetown Road. Military security is very tight, with numerous red and white signs on the side of the road that read, "No trespassing." This area has been designated a national defense area.
Just through the grace of God, nobody didn't get hurt. Because the church right up there, about a half mile.
About a mile of Old Georgetown Road will be closed for an unknown period of time.
Anything man-made can malfunction. So you try to give them the benefit of the doubt. But it needs to be investigated, and the public needs to know what really happened. It shouldn't be kept a secret what happened. Because, it could have been a major disaster.
And we have all of the information that we have been able to gather about this crash at our website. Just log on to counton2.com. In Williamsburg County, I'm Raymond Owens, Count on 2. He loves living about 2 miles away from where he grew up. Normally it's pretty quiet, but on Sunday afternoon,
I was in the
Oh, they all like his imitation of the jet. That's it. What time did this happen? How come none of it says what time it happened at? None of these say what time that the call was made or what time the jet crashed. Which is weird, isn't it? Is that weird? I think it's interesting that none of it talks about what time. It was 4 days ago. This is an older article. Maybe it has a witness claiming it went
A lot of people are probably thinking after a stealth U.S. fighter jet disappeared over South Carolina on Sunday and wasn't found for more than 24 hours. Its debris was discovered in Williamsburg County, about 60 miles north from where it took off. The pilot ejected safely from the jet, thankfully. The jet is worth nearly $100 million.
Wait a minute. What am I looking at here? Why does everything look different?
Is okay, as I said, and that's obviously good
Okay,
news.
that
Meanwhile, the
video
Marine
looks
Corps
familiar.
has a 2-day pause now in aviation operations in place. Let's bring in former CIA director, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Fox News contributor, and his new movie, which sounds really fascinating, is called Route 60, and that is out now. So, Secretary, great to have you with us. Thank you very much for being here. You served in the military, obviously. So this is how does this happen? How do we lose an F-35? I mean, I can find my phone if it's lost, at a place I was yesterday, and they can't find an F-35.
I got a notice on my AirPod just a little bit ago that I'd wandered away from them.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. It's unexplainable, and most importantly to date, it's unexplained. I hope Mr. Kirby will be able to explain to the American people. It's important for the whole world to understand how a fifth-generation fighter, America's most capable jet fighter that we have now sold to countries all across the world, somehow inside of our own country, wanders off the electronic and physical grid. I can't explain it. It's hard to account for. Maybe there was something nefarious that happened. Maybe some foreign party jammed the. It's hard. I'm truly hypothesizing now. But it's very difficult to imagine how you lose communications and control of the location of an aircraft with this sophistication.
Is it, there's been some suggestion that it's because it's stealth. It was stealth even from the people who it's not supposed to be stealth from.
Seems unlikely to me. We should be able to be in contact not only with our pilot, but with the equipment itself from multiple places. We fly scores and scores of these training missions all the time, so the task that it was engaged in, as I understand it, was relatively common. So it's unexplainable that could be. It's not the stealth capability that caused this problem. I'd be shocked if that was it.
So they've shut down aviation operations. What do you think this? So you think either this was a foreign interference act potentially, or some negligence or some inefficiency in the current military?
Look, things break. Equipment breaks, and that happens all the time in training. That's why we learn. By the way, it's why we fly these hours to learn about the capabilities and where the risks are and where the gaps are. So could be as simple as a mechanical electronic failure, but we need to know the answer to that. Clearly, the armed forces are worried about this as well, since they've not just responded by saying, hey, we figured it out, but rather by grounding the fleet. I suspect that's the wise thing to do to keep all of our pilots safe and people on the ground safe. We were very blessed that this landed where it did.
That does not look like a jet
I hope they
crash
not only
there to
get to
me.
the bottom of it, but they put an articulable, reasonable response to us that is
I'm not
accurate,
an
reflects what
expert
really
on
happened
this
here.
shit.
It's important for our national security that our adversaries
But it
know
just doesn't
we know
look
what
like
happened
it.
here as well.
Let me ask you this before I let you go. The president spoke today at the UN. He spoke in a little bit about China.
Oh, who cares about China?
Exposes us to here at home, whether that's through propaganda, through social media,
Whatever.
whether that's the espionage.
Dude, it just looks really weird. Like there's no picture. There's no picture where there's a jet. Crash jet. I don't know, man. It's fishy. There's some fishy shit, huh? What do you think? Do you think they're gonna tie the alien stuff to the jet thing? Do you think they're gonna try to do that? They haven't released what happened yet. Like, there's nothing from the military that talks about it yet. This is all just mainstream news, pumping out the same basic whatever's known about it so far. Looks like the plane on 9/11 that crashed went deep in the ground. Right. And what are those two pictures? Like, it looks like two completely different sites they're showing. Ground the fleet over one odd crash. Yeah, right. You know what? That's a good point, Bill. Why would they ground the whole fleet? Sold to the Russians. I don't know, man. It's just the whole thing about it is kind of weird, right? They couldn't find it for 24 hours. Too funny. I remember this picture. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's really to be continued, I guess. Unidentified F-35 lands in Havana. I just don't know. U.S. military is searching for a missing F-35B in South Carolina after the pilot ejected yesterday and the jet kept flying. It kept flying? Well, these are all different jets, but what am I supposed to be looking at here? We weren't kidding, by the way. If you've seen the jet or have information, please call the Joint Base Charleston. The missing F-35 has been located. So they're saying he ejected and the jet kept flying? But is that what yeah, he said he didn't know where the jet was on the 911 call. So how long was it flying after the pilot ejected? That's weird. Pilot of missing F-35 has been identified and did not eject as previously reported. That's a lie. Okay, that's bullshit. Look at this video, though. Where's the freaking jet? Like, what is this? That doesn't look like a jet. There's literally no plane parts in any of those pictures of the crash site. That's fucking weird. Was found in Williamsburg County, so that's up here. A mishap. And now they're showing other crashes. Why are you showing other crashes? That the debris had been found on Sunday. On Monday, an earlier version of this video reported incorrectly that the debris had been found on Sunday. Well, so was it Sunday or Monday? Well, today's Monday, and yesterday they said they found it. They can't even, their story isn't even going. They can't even keep their story straight. And you know what that means? It means that they're lying about something. So something's going on. Weird. Missing after 12 hours. It's been 12 hours since a U.S. F-35 fighter jet went missing. Da 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 da. The F-35 flew another 70 kilometers. So they're not even telling you where the pilot was found in relationship to where the debris was found of the F-35. So like they can't even tell you. They're not telling you where. It's just a suburb. It's still flying and they don't want to admit it. Fires cause total incineration of all evidence in this reality. The plane kept flying for 60 miles, crashing in a field in Indiantown, South Carolina, apparently. Well, did it fly for 60 miles or did it fly for 70 kilometers? Because that's different. Those are very different things. PSYOP. But PSYOP, but why? What's the message? That's what I'm saying, MFT. Like, what do you think they're gonna do with it? Like, it almost makes. I would think that they would try to tie it in with like UFOs or military or aliens somehow, because they're trying to push that so hard. I would think that there'd be something with that. Like maybe they'll say, oh, some alien technology was taking over the jet. It took over the jet and the pilot didn't have control over it anymore, so he ejected or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a military secret. All those satellites and they lost a plane. Right! Like, it doesn't even make sense for the most advanced military in the world to be losing one of their most advanced fighter jets for over 24 hours and not know what happened. "70 kilometers, it was already heading to the ground when the pilot ejected. Unless the engines failed or something else affected, it got a jet cruising without a pilot would go thousands of kilometers." Well, would it though, with the canopy being off and stuff? And it's low. He said he was he ejected at 2,000 feet, if that's true. And if he's only at 2,000 feet, I can't imagine the jet going much further. You think they'll tie in aliens? The pilot... See, we listened to the 911 call and he said he didn't say why he ejected. He just said aircraft malfunction. That's what he said, aircraft malfunction. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen. Morning.
Hey.
Sipping my coffee, listening to this nonsense. These fucking people. The first and foremost issue with that fucking plane is, how are you going to tell me to my face that you lost it? You don't know where it is. All the equipment, all the monitoring, stealth or not stealth, that fucking plane calls home every fucking millisecond, contact. It's such bullshit. Oh my God, it just... My stomach is turning because I'm just so sick of the nonsense. And what was up with that? We saw the plane crash. Really? It flew for what, like 10 hours in a circle? Because it went missing at just before 2 p.m. in the afternoon. That was nighttime. That was bullshit.
Oh,
Fucking
that
people. I'm sorry.
that crash video that I was playing, or whatever that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that was
Yeah.
from, but yeah, that was like clearly like at a twilight time, not during the day. But also,
Right.
can we even verify what time the crash even happened?
Well, no, of course not. Of course not. I get you, because all the shit they give us, but they give us contradictory information. You had 2 aircraft airborne. One, the guy ejects. Where the fuck the other plane go? He didn't follow it? Get the fuck out of here. That's so fucking stupid.
Was
and then the media is like, well, you know, and was a Chinese action? You fucking morons! They're lying to you about everything. Sorry, I'm triggered by military lies and bullshit right in our faces, just like fucking Maui, just like everything they're fucking doing. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just weird that
How
there's
you
not
doing?
really a timeline. Fine. Well, because that one guy, the black guy, was talking about how he was shaving, right? So if he's maybe that's a morning time thing. Maybe it could have been earlier if he was shaving in his bathroom when he heard something.
Right. That could be. Yeah. Maybe there was a crash early in the morning, and then they don't want to tell us. But they always tell us when there's accidents and shit because people see the planes crash, hear them crash.
Yeah.
Then the debris field. What was that? Shanksville all over again? What the fuck?
It's ridiculous,
There's
right?
like
It
no
doesn't
debris?
even. It doesn't even look like a crash site. It really doesn't. Like, to me, it just looks like there's some dead trees in the woods that fell over, and they're like, this is where the plane crashed. But it's just like where there's some dead trees.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's all it looked like, right? That's another one that is just frustrating. What are you showing us? Why are you trying to fool us? What's the point? What's the purpose? I feel like either there was no plane or they stole a plane for a reason. I don't know what they would be doing with it or what they would need it for, because they already have everything. But that's what it would seem like. Like they just wanted to take one off the books and do something with it. I don't know. It was weird. It's very weird.
Yeah, but you know what?
You don't lose contact with your aircraft.
Yeah.
You don't. You know exactly where the fuck your plane is to the foot. They do it with our phones. They can tell within inches where we are with our phones. You're going to tell me your $100 million aircraft, you're not monitoring it every millisecond?
Right.
Total lies.
Yeah. Nobody believes that they didn't know. Like, pretty much, I can't see anybody believing. No, pretty much nobody believes that they didn't know where the jet was. Even that guy that we were just watching in that interview, he's like, well, that seems unlikely to me.
Right. Yeah, I did hear him say that. Right. But yeah, I guess they're supposed to follow their narrative, told what to say. It's just so despicable.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't understand. I've been trying to figure out what was the purpose of that. Because there's so many holes in the story, so it certainly didn't happen anyway, close to what they are saying. And then there's just, I guess they intentionally put speculation into every fucking story they give us, so that we back and forth. Planes, no planes, so it just happens. I get it. But what would be the purpose? That was my thing. Is there fear porn with this? Does it get people to think, oh my God, China's going to cyber attack us? Are they starting to plant seeds for that? Like, it just, we know everything they do is a purpose and is the programming and to perpetuate it and to plant the seeds. And like you said, what was it, the fucking TV worm or some shit? Oh my God, that was cracking up.
Yeah, it's like it's a mind worm.
Comes to you, goes into your brain. Mind worm, that was it. That was hysterical. That's so true. It's so true. Like you said, it's been September 23rd for years and years and years. Something could terribly happen on that day, but it just seems like everybody's always got that in their pocket, afraid of something. They told us about this. There's another asteroid. There's that. There's There's cyber attacks. There's just so much stuff. Yeah, so everybody's afraid all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I take some of it in because I am pissy because, you know, Kyle's back in school. He's trying to finish his senior year. I want him to enjoy himself and, you know, have a good time. But if they, for a second, start to fuck around with masks and bullshit, I'm pulling him out. He will not be able to finish. And it's upsetting because I want him to finish. He's there at the end. I want him to have his fun and, you know, that kind of stuff. But it's terrible. That's the one thing that always is in the back of my mind. That worm's lurking. I hate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's a possibility, but I don't want to perpetuate it. But, I mean, all over New York, there's signs. Don't forget to get vaxxed. Don't forget to get boosted. You know, what are they doing? Why is it all... I mean, obviously we understand, but, like, how do people not get it? Like, they don't understand? Still?
No, they don't.
Still?
They don't.
It's years.
They
People
don't.
are dead from it.
I mean, they're just, people are so programmed and they're so deep, and it's just it's too much for them to comprehend that, you know, everything that they're being told is a lie. They just, nope, it's the truth. I'm just gonna, you know, it's crazy. Never underestimate willful ignorance. People willfully stay ignorant so that they don't have to deal with the unpleasant realities. You know, me, I can't do that. I have way too much fuck you inside of me. I can't do it.
I'm with you.
I got way too much fuck you in my heart.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. It's just relentless. I hate going into public. I hate it so much because people are just, ugh.
Yeah, I know. And then, you know,
They drive me crazy.
it's funny too because like before I started this stream, I was, you know, on YouTube, one of the channels I'm subscribed to, I was watching a little bit of their video, and you know, and it's like they're like pleading with people like, you guys have to wake up, they're doing this and they're doing that, and I've been telling you for months, you know. And I'm like sitting here and I'm like feeling the frustration in this content creator's voice, and at the same time I'm like, at this, it's like having one of those like step back and take a picture, take a look at the big picture type of moments where I'm just like, what are we doing? Like, are we wasting our time? Are we just casting pearls to swine? Do most of the people even give a fuck about anything that we're saying? Probably not. Like, it is incredibly frustrating for, as you know, I think for most of us to be aware of what's going on and to constantly see droves of people all around us being completely oblivious to it. And so oblivious to the point where they defend this beast system that they have been tricked into living under. And it's sometimes it seems like almost an impossible task, you know? And then it's like, that's where I get the, that's where I turn into, you know what? I'm just gonna go find like the most secluded house in the deepest, darkest spot in the woods, the farthest from every civilization, every city, and I'm just gonna stay there and fuck all you people. Leave me alone.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Like, there's so many. It's everywhere. It's like I said, it's just relentless. And I'm with you. I just, and it's weird because I want to, you know, occasionally if somebody's cool, I'll talk with them and, you know, and ask them something stupid like, you know, what do you think about the moon landing, and see about, you know, try to get them going, because that's almost now like just, you know, that's okay to talk about. And most times I'm like, yeah, fuck this. This guy's an asshole. I ain't gonna want to hear it anyway. Fuck him. Hope he doesn't die in a fiery car wreck. Fuck him. I get, like, you see it in their eyes or something. I don't know, but it's just, to me, it's like a turnoff. Like, what the fuck? I can't even talk to you. You're that fucking you're in that much denial that you don't want to acknowledge that they're doing anything fucked up around you or to you. You have children, for God's sake. What the fuck? You're supposed to die for them, not fucking be like, okay, go ahead, stick stuff in them. It's okay. I'm afraid. What the fuck, man? Like, my hand is shaking right now because there are parents around the world that I just want to fucking grab by their lapel and beat the fuck out of them. Sorry. I'm sorry. I want to throw punch them and toss them down a flight of stairs. Sorry. I had to correct that. It's like, how can you fucking do that? Like, that's the one that inside me is so infuriating, because even if you are not a conspiracy person or anything, you are supposed to ask questions and do some investigation before you put anything in your child.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit, I got a call real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. I got another caller. Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hi, Karen. This is Mark from Santa Rosa, California.
Hi, Mark in Santa Rosa. How are you?
Are you fantastic? You heard the news overnight. Oh my gosh! You know that space capsule came back with dust from the
Oh yeah, the what is it?
Wherever they went together. An asteroid, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it that people can swallow that garbage, and the fact that if we were spinning and going off into space, how is that tiny little spaceship going to come back? You know.
I don't know. Solar
Another
power.
thing too is I wanted to bring up. I saw a video of David Weiss where he talked about Karabatsu out in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, Kiribati?
And that this one great big container ship was 700 miles inside of the ice sheet. And he says that it was at an elevation of a few hundred feet. And my thought is, if we're in a basin, why aren't there locks perhaps out there that these ships are traveling up into the other lands? And that was my thought when I heard him talk about it.
I haven't heard that. So what are you saying? There was a ship that was an icebreaker ship in Antarctica?
Well, no, it was a container ship that he says has such large dimensions, and that it was 700 miles inside of the border of the Antarctic on this little following map that they have. And he says that the ship was actually at an elevation like 700 feet above sea level.
Okay.
And to my mind, if we're in a basin, then that thing approaches Antarctica and it's going up in a lock.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That the ship is.
It's possible, I guess.
The ship is perhaps being risen to another level. So it's just weird thoughts that come over you when you hear somebody, say something.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there is that the tale or whatever, the theory of the summer gate or whatever for Antarctica. So in summertime that they say the ice melts back enough that sometimes that there is a way out, but I don't know. That's interesting if there was a lock or something like a canal, you mean? That takes you from one...
Right.
Huh?
From the basin to the next level up. Oh, it might even be heaven, for God's sakes. This is the first time I've gotten through to anybody on the telephone. I did call Ghostbusters probably 4 years ago, shortly after I was started watching videos that were more available. And I had connected the pandemic to being created in an effort to stop people from organizing and talking about the flat Earth, because all of the people that were out on the streets and they were doing demonstrations and they were getting people talking about it full time. And the powers that be, I believe, went into shock and they said, we've got to do something to stop this. And I equated the pandemic with being the NASA train that killed the whistleblower.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever saw the videos from the Flattoberfest I did in 2020, because in 2020, that was the year when they closed everything down, and we didn't think that we were going to be having any sort of event. And then I managed to pull off an event, but I had to use a shrine club, right? Because there was the only place that wouldn't enforce all the stupid mandates. And so when we were at that event, Mark Sargent opened it, and he even said, like, David Weiss had said to Mark, did we do this? Or one of them said to the other, is this us? Like, is this them reacting to us? And in the beginning, a lot of us did think that they were reacting to us, but I'm also not 100% sure if they were 100%, if it was just a reaction to us. I feel like it's something they were already trying to do, because, they were already like working on these vaccines, and they already had the flu shot, and like that whole thing had already been being pushed. They just were looking for a way to get more participation in it, right? And I feel like maybe maybe Flat Earth kind of forced them to do it sooner than maybe they were planning to do it. I think that's definitely possible, because it seemed like very rushed and, not as thought out as it could have been, even though it was effective, but they also have control over mass media.
But I'm so sad that we have the fallout from it with the homeless. And in my mind, the homeless were the clue as to why it wasn't real, because they weren't dying on the streets.
Right. Yeah. Or like the Amish people, the whole Amish population.
Exactly. Well, Karen, thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. It's impossible for them to lose the jet. Artie, I'm reading your text online. It's impossible for them to lose the jet, especially since the pilot ejected. He had the jet on autopilot, but I talked to a military friend. Impossible. As for the crash site, if you recall the 9/11 crash site they showed for a year, showed no airplane, basically just a hole in the same kind of terrain as this jet. If we had 1800 technology, we'd have found the jet faster. Just go the direction of where he ejected. Yeah. Some kind of insurance scam, maybe. I mean, I don't know. We'll find out. Here's my guess. We're going to find out. Like, eventually they're going to have to release the report, right? So right now they're debriefing the pilot. They're interviewing the pilot. And so they're gonna, as big of a deal as this has been made, they're gonna probably most likely release the report. They'll, sanitize it for public release or whatever they're gonna do. Build their story up, and then they'll release their interview with the pilot, and they'll probably tell everybody what nonsense they were doing. Right? How many vaccines have caused SIDS? Right? All of them? We're right in the middle of a worldwide mass genocide, destruction of the middle class, and manufactured food shortage, etc. And it's all compliments of a small group of self-appointed Satanists. Right, Joe Mama? Exactly. Shriners love us now. They do. They want us to come back. Sudden adult death syndrome, right? Like perfectly normal adults, even babies. Sudden infant death syndrome should be like, people should be freaking out about that. Yes. All right, you guys, one sec. I'll be right back. All right. I think it was partially us. No, it was. Definitely. They're lighting up the Empire State Building to look like the Pfizer jab needle, no joke. Dude, World Trade Center 1 looks like a needle. Right? I blame the vaccines. I mean, I'm sure there are things that happen. Oh, look at all you chatters. The one I saw of the plane crash was during the day. The guy was on a boat and you did see the pilot eject. Really? I couldn't find that video. I wonder if that's the right video. I mean, would you be able to see it from a boat? I mean, it looks pretty far inland to me, I'm not gonna lie. No pieces of a plane, BS, yeah. Maybe they're testing hologram tech. The plane likely flew on autopilot till it ran out of fuel, and it doesn't look like much of the crash site was burned, which also indicates there was no fuel in the tanks. Well, that makes sense, but where was the plane? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not expecting it to all be like flames and burnt and everything, but where's the plane? There's no plane in those pictures. Like, none. It's weird. ECW reported stay off airline flights this winter? What does that mean? Looks like cover up. Those are Marines hats. No debris filled of plane parts. Fishy 911 call. No times on reports. Sounds like a giant distraction. Yeah, man. I can agree with that. Slice from stem to stern, disembowel, cut fingers off, sorry. The black guy who heard the plane feels like an actor to me. I mean, maybe. I don't know. What's with bug invasion in New York? One in 35 babies born in America will be diagnosed with autism. That alone says they know the cause and it's working, right? Jeez. So, this is the thing that brought back pieces of an asteroid. What did they get back? The 3.86 billion mile journey made the United States' first sample return mission of its kind, the U.S. Space Agency said on a post on X, formerly Twitter. NASA Chief Bill Nelson hailed the mission and said the asteroid dust will give scientists an extraordinary glimpse into the beginnings of our solar system. Right. The OSIRIS-X probe's final fiery descent through Earth's atmosphere was perilous, but NASA managed to engineer a soft landing at 8:52 a.m. local time in military's Utah test and training range. Wow, they got it to land right in the Utah's in the military test range. That's pretty good. All the way from space to the military test range. The dusty Utah military test range. After four years after its 2016 launch, the probe landed on the asteroid Bennu and collected what NASA estimated is roughly 9 ounces of dust from its rocky surface. Sure it did. Too funny. OSIRIS-REx released its capsule early Sunday from an altitude of more than 67,000 miles. The fiery passage through the atmosphere came only in the last 13 minutes as the capsule hurtled downward at a speed of more than 27,000 miles per hour. And temperatures of up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Eventually, they concluded the capsule was not breached, meaning its all-important airtight seal remained intact, avoiding any contamination of the sample with desert sands. So just so you guys know, even though this capsule landed in the desert, none of the dirt inside is from the desert. Just make sure you guys know that. Not from Earth. It's from space. Roughly 1/4 of the sample will be immediately used in experiments, and a small amount will be sent to mission partners Japan and Canada. Right. Earth's origin story. Here comes the programming. Asteroids are composed of the original materials of the solar system, dating back some 4.5 billion years, and have remained relatively intact. They know this, because they've been observing them for 4.5 billion years, and they know for a fact they've been floating around in space and have remained untouched for billions of years. They can give us clues about how the solar system formed and evolved. Yes, rocks. By striking Earth's surface, we do believe asteroids and comets delivered organic material, potentially water, that helped life flourish here on Earth. So, comets and asteroids delivered oceans and oceans and oceans of water to Earth so that life may thrive here. Don't believe it? You just don't trust the science. Understanding its composition could come in handy, for there is a slight but non-zero chance, 1 in 2700, that Bennu could collide catastrophically with Earth, though not until 2182. So don't worry. You'll be fine. That's 150 years from now. 160. So you'll be good. God, this shit's so ridiculous. Did they open their bullshit yet? Let's see. Does the NASA website? Is it .com or is it .gov? I guess it should be .gov. There we go. Right on the front page. This is so funny. Hey, you guys. Did you know that when we were doing Flatowerfest 2020, they were collecting samples? Today's delivery an asteroid sample, a first for the US, went according to plan thanks to massive efforts. The team then guided it to arrival at Bennu December 13, 2018, through the search for a safe sample collection site between 2019 and 2020. Sample collection on October 20th, 2020. And during the retrip home, May 10th, 2021. That's too funny. But they still don't have any pictures of what's inside for us. Wait, when are we going to see pictures of the moon rocks? I mean, not moon rocks, asteroid dust. So retarded. I'm watching my country implode right now. It's fascinating to watch, kind of like a train wreck that smashed into a dumpster fire in slow motion. Everything is backfiring on our government right now. Well, that's good. What they don't say about SIDS is 80% of SIDS deaths are within 2 weeks of child vaxes, right? The Pentagon has agreements in place with the FAA and other international air navigation service providers to turn off ADS-B when it's deemed necessary. What's ADS-B? What's ADS-B? Hi, Rose. If we want this to escalate to the finale, I think we need to run the banks, cripple the airlines, and drain all the cabal's monies. Well, we have to get everybody on board on a mass scale to do it. That's the problem. ADS-B outworks by broadcasting information about an aircraft's GPS location, altitude, ground speed, and other data to ground stations and other. But to help facilitate the safe and efficient movement of air traffic, U.S. military aircraft routinely transmit. This comment was made with asteroid dust in a can to make you feel like your tax dollars are not being wasted and that your vote got counted and elections are real. Only pay for what you need. Now secure. Asteroid dust is secure. Everybody can rest easy. NASA will study the asteroid Bennu samples.
OSIRIS-REx continues the amazing legacy of exploring the solar system through sample return. We started out with the Apollo missions, where we had astronauts on the surface of the moon, collecting a wide range of materials, which provided unprecedented insights into the formation of our closest neighbor,
Which were found to be petrified wood.
in space. We've seen comet dust return from the Stardust mission, and asteroid particles returned by 2 Japanese missions, Hayabusa and Hayabusa 2. And OSIRIS-REx goes beyond those other missions, especially Stardust and the Hayabusa programs, by bringing back a lot of sample. We're bringing back, we estimate, about 250 grams of material, about the size of a coffee cup, full of this precious, pristine carbonaceous asteroid sample.
The OSIRIS-REx spacecraft is currently on its way back to Earth right now. On September 24th, 2023, it will release the sample return capsule, and that will land in the Utah desert. We will go out into the field, get the sample, take some soil samples and air samples for contamination knowledge, and then bring the sample return capsule to a temporary clean room at the Utah Test and Training Range.
There, we will actually take off the heat shield and back shell and some other components for safety. And inside of that is what we call a sample canister. Sample return capsule is kind of like a nesting doll. We have these multiple layers of protection.
Oh my God, you guys, do you see these people?
And some other
Look at these people right back here.
And inside of
Right
that
here.
is what we call a
Look at these two. Oh, why that makes me laugh.
Sample return capsule is kind of like a nesting doll. We have these multiple layers of protection. And then that sample canister will have a nitrogen flow put on it, what we call a nitrogen purge. And with that nitrogen purge to protect the sample, to keep any incursion of terrestrial atmosphere coming into that canister, it will be flown from Utah here to Houston, Texas.
The astromaterials curators...
Wait a minute. They're gonna pump nitrogen gas into the sample to prevent it from having atmospheric contamination. Isn't nitrogen like the most abundant thing in our atmosphere?
And NASA Johnson are the best in the world. They are fantastic at preserving material. The samples will be in a special custom-built clean room. The samples themselves will be inside of a nitrogen-filled glove box. And then instead of that, they'll be stored in separate containers for allocation. The first samples will come out for the science team to describe what we've seen and produce a catalog within 6 months.
So this is them simulating handling material from OSIRIS. So these little styrofoam balls, this is our dust, our asteroid dust.
Excited to see that sample and see how much we actually brought back from asteroid Bennu. It's been a really exciting journey from launch back to sample return. That's a 7-year journey, 7-year process.
What is this shit?
I will have...
Why is this part of their simulation? Because look at this. So here, it's all blackened and burned. Is this just their simulation event?
For about 7 years, and so it's going to be a wonderful culmination to this adventure of OSIRIS-REx.
I joined OSIRIS-REx and became part of the mission about 3 years ago. It's been really incredible for me because I watched this mission launch on my cell phone when I was a postdoc. I heard about it get selected before I applied for my PhD program, and I remember thinking like, oh, 12 years, it's gonna come back. I wonder where I'll be. And it's so amazing to be here and be part of it, playing what feels like to me a very important role in it is
Wow, 12 years to study dust.
really incredible.
I've been waiting since 2004 for an asteroid sample return mission. It's been the majority of my career getting ready for sample return. In some ways, a blink of an eye since launch happened. In other ways, it's been a very long time waiting. It's been the majority of my career getting ready for sample return. In some ways,
So where'd this come from?
a blink of an eye since launch happened. In other ways, it's been a very long time waiting for this precious sample to come back. It's going to be an emotional, joyous, gut-wrenching event all at the same time. I can't wait.
Whatever. Space is gay. Thank you for the tip, Eric the Red. The black guy who heard the plane feels like an act. Oh, that I already read that. Sulu, yeah. Where is the plane? The plane! The plane! I just think it's weird that none of their crash site pictures have any freaking, like, no plane, no, it says debris field, but there's no debris. Like, where's the debris? Cake alien. What a ginormous waste of our taxpayer dollar. Yeah. Oh yeah, homelessness. The cities, like American cities, are being decimated. It's really insane. The cities are just, they're not even fun to go to, even for a little bit anymore. Biggest ongoing money laundering op. Yeah. Space dust in a can is amazing. Yeah. So that's what's going on here lately. Anything else? Let's see if there's anything that pops up on News Map. Diplomatic ties with two Pacific Island nations. Ukraine claims Russian Black Sea Fleet's commander killed in Sevastopol attack. Ukraine must surrender or cease to exist. Huh. Long COVID test shows differences in the immune system? Use of antiviral may be fueling evolution of COVID. You guys, viruses aren't alive. They can't evolve. First of all, evolution is bullshit. There's adaptation on a small scale. But evolution? Come on. Of the virus in the wild. The antiviral drug used to treat patients with COVID-19 may be causing mutations in the virus and fueling the evolution of new variants, scientists have said. So now they're, see, they're trying to attribute things that bacteria does to virus. They don't want you to know the difference between bacteria and virus. Virus is their made up bullshit that they use to, explain. We all know, right? They basically tell you that the healing process that your body goes through is the disease, is the virus, right? But there's no virus that's ever actually been found or identified or genetically mapped or been proven to be contagious. So they want to attribute qualities of bacteria to their made up virus. So now they're going to tell you this bullshit story that using antivirals makes the virus stronger and mutate, which was what they were telling, which is like what they do with antibacterial stuff, which I think actually does happen. The bacteria becomes stronger because you're not using, because of overuse of antibacterials. See, they just love to muddy the water. It's so easy for them to just muddy shit up and mix it up and just put bullshit out there. And everybody will be like, oh, it's becoming stronger. It's mutating. Inverse vaccines could help treat autoimmune conditions. Oh, Jesus. Is there anybody here who doesn't think that most, if not all, autoimmune diseases are from taking these stupid jabs? Flesh-eating bacteria infections are on the rise in the U.S. Really? In September 23, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued a health advisory alerting doctors and public health officials in an increase in flesh-eating bacteria cases that can cause serious wound infections. You know where most of these infections happen? In hospitals. How do you catch flesh-eating bacteria? Vibrio vulnificus primarily lives in warm seawater, but can also be found in brackish water, areas where the ocean mixes with fresh water. Most infections in the U.S. occur in the warmer months between May and October. People who swim, fish, or wade in these bodies of water can contract the bacteria through an open wound or sore. Vibrio vulnificus can also get into seafood harvested from these waters, especially shellfish like oysters. Eating such foods raw or undercooked can lead to food poisoning, and handling them while having an open wound can provide an entry point for bacteria. Oh, they're tying it to global warming. I was wondering, where's the catch? But rising ocean temperatures due to global warming are creating new habitats for this type of bacteria, which can now be found along the East Coast as far north as New York and Connecticut. So now we're supposed to be afraid to go swimming in the ocean. A recent study noted that Vibrio vulnificus wound infections increased 8-fold between 1988 and 2018. Climate change is also fueling stronger hurricane storm surges, which have been associated with spikes in flesh-eating bacteria. Yeah, everything's going to climate change, right? Climate change. Yeah, you know what? I would suggest... Climate change really is their, they're really using it as, their anchor excuse for just about everything. Everything. Look at, they're saying it's causing more bacteria, causing more sickness. Just everything. Every problem is going back to climate change. And this is all part of Agenda 21. I don't know if how many of you have watched. I'm going to share this link. View full playlist. I made this little playlist. What is Agenda 21? This is a presentation from 11 years ago by Rosa Quarry. And she wrote a book called Behind the Green Mask, you know, and it's all about Agenda 21 and how they have been building up all of these things and interweaving it in through government legislation, all of this stuff based on the green mask, the climate change, right? Everything is climate change, like where they're rezoning land and development and say, oh, it has to be for worker housing, right? And then it's going to stay that way. Like it's very complicated. It is a geniusly designed propaganda and system set up to sound good, right? So like most of the people who are in charge of policy makers at a local level, and they have put this in at a local level, right? To back up all these policies that are actually tied to Agenda 21 and controlling where people develop houses, where you know, cities and stuff are developed, or what sort of, you know, things are done as far as infrastructure development. And it's all, you know, being regulated under the guise of, you know, being climate friendly or climate agenda or saving the environment, right? So I would highly suggest, if you guys have not either watched this presentation by Rosa Quarry, or you can get her book, you can download the PDF. I think it's out of print. This is the cover. Right? Behind the Green Mask, UN Agenda 21. And she tells you, she outlines exactly what they're doing. You know, what's going on. You can get it on Kindle, but it's out of print here. You might be able to find it used or find a PDF version. Let's see if I can find a PDF. Here we go, archive.org. So check it out. I showed this to my mom because, like, it's really hard to explain to people what's been going on, like how deep the deception goes. So something like this, a presentation like this by Rosa Quarry, where she's actually talking in a local government building to you know, lawmakers in a local area, and she's explaining how this stuff is interwoven into legislation and the type of wording to look for, like sustainable goals or smart city or smart this or smart that or sustainable this, sustainable that. That is all Agenda 21 stuff. All of it. All of it. And it all is them going back to, you know, you humans are shitty little viruses on the planet, and you're using up all of our resources, and you're a bunch of useless eaters, and we're just going to tell you where to live, how to live. We're going to control how much you breed. We're going to control how much you eat. We're going to control what sort of information you guys take in. You know? So if you're not familiar with that stuff, and you're not familiar with the wording and the type of stuff that they use for all of this stuff, you gotta watch What is Agenda 21? Watch this, read that book, because it really is, that's the key. But more than the virus thing, even the virus thing, that is a spin-off of the climate change Agenda 21. Agenda 21 means the agenda for the 21st century. And it's definitely still in effect. It isn't called Agenda 21, which is why another reason I love sharing this video, because she tells them, you're not going to see it called Agenda 21, but it will have all of the same type of wording in it, right? Sustainable goals, clean energy goals, all this stuff. It is all meant as a form of control, and then they dress it all up as oh, we're gonna save the environment. Mother Earth is in danger. We need to save her. No, we don't. No, we don't. The Earth provides, and the Earth is fine, right? Earth is fine. Earth is plentiful. The whole plan, the scarcity, the illusion of scarcity, and that sort of thing. They just want you to think there isn't enough for everybody. So some of you just have to die. And some of you just shouldn't be breeding anymore. So learn about that. Learn the words that they use so that, like, even when, you see stuff in the news or any bill that comes up, like a local bill, if any of you still vote locally, I still kind of go back and forth like that. Like, should I be voting on local stuff? Maybe it might help. I don't know. But if you still do that, you can look, you'll begin to recognize the language in these bills that are like part of Agenda 21. And it sounds good. They're really good at making it sound good, but ultimately it's not a good thing. It's just more control. It's more legislation it's just rules. Like, it's really diabolically evil. Agenda 2050. Well, it's not 20, it's Agenda 21 for the 21st century. Right. Eats the bugs. Hey, Karen, I heard neon is the most abundant. Composition. Composition of Earth's atmosphere by molecular count, excluding water vapor. Water is one of the most abundant things in the atmosphere, too. So they exclude water. CO2 and methane. Well. The proportion of water vapor is variable, so it is not represented in this chart. So oxygen, nitrogen, and what's that R? Is that argon? Yeah, nitrogen. Okay, here we go. Dry air. Nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide, then neon, then helium, methane, krypton. And then water. And of course, humidity is variable in different places, so that will change. According to Sheeplepedia. Check the Telegram group. What is this? A ping? Let's see. Let me take this over here. Yeah. 2050, absolute zero beyond 2050. Flying, all remaining airports close. Electric planes may fly with synthetic fuel once there are excess non-emitting electricity supplies. There's no way an electric plane is going to be able to go intercontinental. Look, okay, here's what I find really funny about this whole electric thing too, and this Tartaria people, if any of you are here in my audience, I highly doubt that, but if any of you Tartarians, Antiquitech people are in my chat, listen to this very carefully. we all know that they had electric vehicles around the turn of the century, right? Around 1900. And then shortly after that, the combustion engine was made and, you know, they started making gas engines, right? They could go farther with the gas engines than they could with the electric. That's why they stopped with the electric and they started, mass producing and developing the combustion engine, because it produces more power and it goes much further and you don't have to wait to charge the battery. I mean, hasn't everybody heard about the horror stories of the Tesla drivers who have to stop at the charging station for like 3 freaking hours to charge their car? Because you can't just stop and fill up like a gas station in less than 5 minutes. Like me and my cheap little gas combustion engine 2008 Honda that I'm still driving, my old little Honda, I can go way further than you and your fancy expensive Tesla. And it's so funny because, you know, all these rich people, they think they're like getting the latest and greatest by buying these Tesla cars, and they've literally put the leash on themselves. By buying yourself an electric Tesla vehicle, you literally put the leash on yourself and you are tethered from like the beginning point of wherever you leave, right? Because you can't gas your car. You have to charge the battery and it takes time. There is no rapid charging your battery in 5 minutes. That doesn't happen. So you've literally put the leash on yourselves. And I think it's funny that all these people who are all into the antiquitech, they're like, oh, we had electric vehicles back then. Electric this, electric that. Like it was something fucking great. Don't you think at that time, 100 years ago, that if it was so great, they would have just went with that instead of going to the combustion engine or using steam power, which produces way more power and is way more efficient than electric power? Like electric power has its place. Obviously, this computer is running off electric power, but when you're talking about moving heavy loads or doing heavy work or things where you need like massive amounts of torque, sustained torque power, hauling power, you need combustion, my friend. You need combustion. Attack Tiger. Hey, Benjamin. Yeah, Bill Gates Sr., founder member of Planned Parenthood. We all know these people are pieces of shit. Waiting in line to charge their cars while staring at their phones, right? How ridiculous. Steam power should be redone. I actually saw a video of this crazy steam powered tractor and it was pulling like 40 something plows at one time. It was like a world record. Let me see if I could bring it up. It was pretty cool, actually. Steam power is actually what they used to do a lot of the stuff back in the day that people think that we weren't able to do. A lot of it is steam power. Yes, here it is. Check this out. Check this beast out. This is steam power. So they got all these dudes manning the plows, right? Look at this. You're not doing that with electric. That's loud. I mean, look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Front end's a lot of life.
And they're shoveling coal into it.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? This is a lost art. 10 years this guy spent rebuilding this steam-powered tractor. See, this is what's up. But people don't do stuff like this anymore. Nobody takes the time to build stuff like this anymore. You know? See, he didn't need any computers. Well, I don't know. He probably did machine some stuff to help build it faster. But, I mean, this is like pre-electronic. Look at that thing. Anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. It's like a whole, you know. But it took this guy 10 years to rebuild that steam tractor. You know. And people don't take the time to do that anymore. They, you know, they go into debt for like hundreds of thousands of dollars and they buy these big harvesters and shit. The Overalls Brigade, yeah. They used to have miniature steam-powered kits for children so they could learn how it all worked. My granddad had one. That's awesome, Benny. See, we should bring stuff like that back. I mean, remember the Titanic was steam-powered. All of our ships used to be steam-powered. Steam-powered airships. A steam-powered motorcycle? Dude, that would be crazy. That's really nuts if you've even ever tried to budge a plow or stuck in the dirt. Exactly, that's my point. Do you see how powerful that thing is? Pulling 40 deep plows, and it is turning that earth completely over. Even a huge modern diesel tractor can't do that, right? Yeah, see, it takes time. A lot of the older way of doing things is, it just is more time consuming. It took time to do it, but it's not that it can't be done, right? It's just that everybody's so impatient. Everybody wants instant gratification. Everybody wants things to be done now. And nobody has the patience or the attention span to stay focused on a project for that long. Like, this is, to me, I'm like so impressed because it's just not something people do. Interesting. I wonder if there's anything that's modern steam power uses steam power that's modern, or have they replaced it all with diesel? There is no explanation for ships switching to diesel after the Titanic. Steam worked fine. I mean, so what about mining coal? So coal mining was a hard job, right? So could that be why they started getting into more of like gas powered stuff and refining oil? They figured out how to refine oil and use gas and diesel, and maybe so then they didn't have to have people in the mines. I mean, I remember hearing that the life of a coal miner, is very, very hard. So, but I don't know. That's a good question. Why was diesel, taken over steam power? I mean, I feel like some things probably diesel and gas are more efficient than steam power, than having to like get the fire going and like keep shoveling coal in there to keep the engine going. Like that's hard work. That's really freaking hard work. So I don't know. Maybe, I guess that's probably why they got away from steam. That would be my guess. Just the actual physically having to shovel coal. The real explanation was that they couldn't control steam usage as well as fuel. I mean, yes. Yeah, but think about it too. Like, how many people are going to be going and coal mining and keeping their supply of coal? I don't know, man. That's a really good question. How hard would it be to keep using steam power? How hard is it to keep yourself in coal so you could burn hot enough to get that steam power? I don't know if you can get that hot enough just burning wood. Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Good morning, Karen.
Hey.
So, supposedly, and this is a number of years ago, I'd been just listening to this conspiracy. I can't remember the name of the fellow who was doing it, but he was all about the Titanic and the Titanic not being real and that being a whole setup, which we've all kind of went through, and for whatever reason, depending on whether you're looking at it from the Federal Reserve standpoint or anything like that. But he goes on about the switching of, because after that Titanic, they switched to diesel, and there really wasn't any given reason for it. The diesel ships don't really work any better or any faster. But they switched everything after the Titanic to diesel for some reason, and having supposedly collided with an iceberg, and which the Titanic was supposed to be an icebreaker, but having supposedly sunk from that, I'm not sure why the engine would have made a difference, I guess. But and then they say that this was just an entire push by the oil industry, which, in a number of ways during that same time period, you saw like trolleys disappear. Pretty much everything got converted over to petroleum at the time. So the whole conspiracy that was thrown around years ago on that is just that they were converting everything to petroleum, and they even got in trouble like for it with getting rid of all the trolleys and whatnot. They ended up having to pay a fine for it years later. But so trolleys never came back. Like whether they had to pay a fine for anything that they did, so then it still worked out. Everything still switched over to petroleum. Diesel's pretty interesting though. At this point, I don't know if I like coal a lot, and it's super torquey. I think where a lot of the problem that comes in is you don't get a lot of horsepower. So like when the way when you're looking at engines, there's two different ratings. There's torque and there's horsepower.
Mm-hmm.
And and the horsepower is more for top end speed, more for being able to go really fast. Torque is your tug.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why in like that tractor situation, the steam power is such a huge advantage, because that tractor's never going to go fast. Like, you're trying to pull up earth, you're not going to do it quickly.
Right.
So you really couldn't convert that engine into something that's going to do 50 miles an hour on that setup.
Oh no, I think it said it was going like 2.5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But it's just plowing the
so
field.
I think that's really one of the biggest things.
It's just plowing the field, though. It doesn't really.
What'd you say, Karen?
I was saying it's just plowing the field. It doesn't need to go faster.
Exactly. And then the same thing, the other big applications, the three largest applications we can think of, is a ship, a train, and those big tractors like that.
Right.
Each one moving fairly slow, each one needing heavy amounts of torque. So I think that's where that went. But if you look in the same time period, like I said, there's other things that, like the trolleys, they weren't ran off of batteries. That's where the biggest problem in electrical comes in, isn't that the electric engine, an electric motor isn't amazing and doesn't produce all kinds of power, just crazy power. The problem is the battery, the keeping power to it and having the storage on that. It's the whole reason why, like, this whole argument with the planes, where they try to think that compressed air is running the plane. Well, what's going on is a starter on a plane to get a turbine engine to rotate takes so fucking much torque. You literally need an entire bank of batteries to drive the motor that could turn the turbine just to get it started so combustion can start happening. And to try and fly around with that is insane. And so much lighter, easier, and more effective to put a small compressor in there, and you have a compressed air that's now getting that initial turn to go. And that's all due to battery weight and how hard it is to keep them batteries and whatnot. So same applies as soon as you start trying to do any kind of a commercial load. With electricity, the amounts of electricity that something large that's pulling a lot of power draws, insane. Like, it's shocking. My entire, I have a chill pod that a lot of my stuff has to happen in, and that's the biggest motor on the entire farm by far. And, like, I can run the whole rest of the farm off of, I think, a 10K generator, give or take. Like, literally, if I turned on everything, was being an asshole, pumping water, doing everything. And that one large engine, right. And that one large engine, as soon as I turn that thing on, that thing will bog down a 45K generator. Just.
Yeah. But for having like an electric vehicle for travel, though, don't you think that's really inefficient for long distance travel? I mean, it's crazy to me.
Oh, it's the same thing that you run into with the planes. The amount of energy you can store for weight capacity, the amount of energy that you can store in gasoline. Gasoline is so crazy energetic when it breaks apart. Like, just crazy energetic. If you've ever looked at, like, back in the day when we were kids and you used to build, like, potato guns and shit, and if you put a tiny bit of gasoline in there instead of, like, gunpowder or anything like that, everybody thinks about TNT and stuff like that, you put a tiny bit of gasoline in there, you'll blow your whole gun apart. Like, it is shocking how powerful the explosive power of gas is.
Yeah.
And so what we're really looking at that point then is how much energy are we talking about it being able to drive from the same amount of space. And a battery, there's just no such thing as a battery that can hold the same amount of energy in the same amount of space as a hydrocarbon gas. And even with coal it's just a little bit it's not a hydrocarbon, so it's a little bit tougher to get at it, but it's still basically the same idea. You're still getting to the same thing, because even with petroleum, the way a combustion engine works is you got any petroleum, any thing like that is hydrocarbon gas, and so then it's just a chain of hydrogens and carbons, and it's just arranged in different manners, so it reacts a little differently. Some are more volatile than others and whatnot, and but it's only hydrogens and carbons. So you're trying to break out the carbon, get rid of that, and then access the hydrogen, because the hydrogen's what gives you the explosion. And it's the same concept with coal. But with a battery, you're doing a whole galvanic cell biochemical reaction. So you're doing an electrolysis and then a galvanic reaction, and those things they're slower, just like the way you have to charge them up. It's not a quick reaction like a breaking in a hydrocarbon chain. You don't derive the same power. So you can take just a tiny little tank of gas, and that'll take you a real long ways. And then to get the same thing out of electricity, you would need so shocking much power. I mean, it's there. It can be used quickly if you have the available energy, but to do it in a battery form, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like I live off grid,
right?
And people don't realize, just because so many people are dreaming of moving off grid, and they see these memes, and there's memes floating around like, live just like you did in the city, only you get to live in the country with no bills somehow. Like, it don't fucking work like that.
No.
To run a house, so I have 40 solar panels, which is a giant bank. And then I have 24, they're called L16 batteries. These batteries, you can barely pick one of these batteries up. They're just insane heavy. They're like the giant golf cart batteries, only a little bit bigger. And that's for me to be able to have power for 2 days with no sun.
Wow.
And that's only when the batteries are good. Yeah. Just something like your fridge, that's literally basically just running my fridge. When I first moved off grid, I've lived on a farm pretty much my whole life. And we thought we were very frugal. And compared to city people and most people, we were very frugal with our power. When we moved off grid, because now I'm managing my power through batteries, I'm actually looking at my kilowatt usage all the time. When we first moved off grid, we were running about 2.2 kilowatts an hour. By the time we were done, where we run, if I'm not using a fridge, I was running about 0.2 kilowatts an hour. But that only includes you're running like a couple lights at any given time, little 60-watt bulbs, and then your internet. You literally aren't running anything else. I lived out of a Yeti cooler. I have a 165 quart, so it's damn near the size of a fridge, Yeti cooler. And you would, like, once a week when I'd run into town to get supplies, I'd grab ice and we'd throw ice in that, and that was our fridge, because just a fridge alone draws so much power that it will tank that entire battery system in 2 days, and that's when it's brand new.
Wow.
And it's a small fridge. People don't realize that they didn't tell you that. So if you don't consistently have incoming power, the battery bank that you would have to run it, fucking insane. You'd run out of power right now. That's part of why they want to chain all these things, because the electrical grid, the way they've been describing it to everybody, it doesn't work like that at all. Like, none of these power stations are tied to each other. If they were, to try to balance the neutral on that would be fucking impossible. Like, because you've got to have a harmonic balancing in your neutral, or else you'd have neutral explosions at that length just in a household, if the neutral is unbalanced and you touch that neutral wire, that hurts so much worse than getting hit by the power wire. So much worse. Been an electrician for years. I've enjoyed that experience a few times. Yeah, so that's part of why you got to keep your system balanced, so you don't get a heavy load on one leg of your neutral, and then it ends up putting a dirty neutral, and you get smashed by that. So it's just this tiny little bit of power I use is all I get. And you don't get to have these giant people off grid. Don't live like other people, and people don't imagine that. They don't. Like I said, they make it out like everybody lives normal. I live fairly normal, so I'm really honestly a horrible example. I have a bigger system than anybody I know, and most of the time I'm running off a generator because of my other equipment that for my business. And my house is getting to snatch a little bit off this giant generator my business runs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a horrible example. Nobody else wants to pay for the fuel to run a generator all day. Otherwise, you're subject to the sun. And unless you have a horrifyingly expensive solar mover, which those went out of fashion immediately, you don't really get the power that people think either. Like when the sun comes up in the morning, you get a little tiny bit of power, and then in the middle of the day you get an overwhelming amount of power. So that's when you're actually getting storage back into your battery system. And then in the evening, again, you're getting no power, even though the sun's there. It's not hitting your panels at the exact right angle. It's too weak of a light. In California, there's a short window, maybe 6 hours, where I get really, really good power that charges the batteries back up. But like I said, that runs the fridge, a couple lights, and the internet. That's it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think most
and then
people
you think
realize.
about that in terms of my fridge compared to a really torquey engine, something trying to pull hard and fast, how much extra power that takes.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I forget now. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if people would just look at how much people freak out if the power goes out at their house. You know, they literally can't do anything.
You bet.
You know? That's how I know I'd be screwed living off grid. I'd be like, boy, I can't do shit. Like, seriously, you really have to change the way you do everything.
Yeah, it's an entirely different lifestyle. And that's where it really comes in, is that, and one of the biggest problems for people is they want to live like the rich, but not understand that the only reason that the rich and elite get to live like they do is because the rest of us live like shit. Like, we've got to understand that we've got to let go of that dream. The only way this ever works, the only way the earth is truly bountiful enough for all of us, is for us to quit being so fucking greedy and consumery.
Yeah.
It's the only way. If we all knock that back and don't all want to live like kings, and we want to just start living back like where reality was, then this works out. And it's a hard adjustment moving from, like I said, I lived, I thought, fairly frugally, and reasonably. I've always been pretty low key. I've never been a real fancy person, and when I moved fully off grid, it was such a giant adjustment. And so I've had a bunch of people that come out and stay with me for a while just to check it out, because this is the kind of thing you can't go do over a weekend and get a little certificate and now you're a guru, Reiki master, energy cleanser, whatever you are, and you got a certificate. Like, you can't do that. You got to be out. You got to be out here living it for a while. And out of the people, and I probably had 100 people in the last 4 years come out, out of that, I think 2 moved into something similar, a step in between, like basically living like I used to live when I just homesteaded and wasn't fully off-gridding it and doing things like that. Like literally 4 times a week probably, we have to go do some kind of adjustment on our water system. If it's raining, too much water comes and clogs shit up. If it's not, then we got to make sure it's not sucking the source dry and no gunk's getting in the lines and all those things. Power goes out, I immediately have to go fix it. I have to have 6 different backup ways. I literally have my primary system, my generator that runs my lab, my house generator, main generator, and then 2 other gas generators. Because when you're off grid, also everything's dirty, nasty, rough, breaks, and now you have to fix it. Now it takes me an hour and a half just to get into town, this tiny town that probably doesn't have the part that I need that I'm going to have to pay for and then order and come back and get 2 weeks later. So you have to redundantly have everything for your water systems, your electrical systems, your food storage. Like I have tons of those 5-gallon big 5-gallon buckets with airtight seals on them and whatnot that we store beans and rice and anything else. Like this last winter when we got that huge blizzard, when they were airlifting out some of our neighbors and bringing in snowcats and they brought in first the firefighters, and then they got stuck, and then they brought in another truck from the utilities to try and bring out the firefighters, and they got stuck, and then the cops had to come in with a snowcat and to try and save the neighbors that aren't living off grid, that are on the power wire up top of the mountain. And we were fine. Now granted, by the time we got back out, we were eating a lot of beans, a lot of rice, hot sauce. Yeah. But we do fine. You got to learn how to live like that and learn how to live as super simply as possible. And then once you do live like that, we love our life. We truly enjoy ourselves all the time. And because we live simply, Jesus, turned that word out weird. Because I don't need the money to go get all these things. I don't have to waste my time doing that. My time can go to what I want it to do. But that's, again, because I've simplified my life down to a point where I don't have the needs. And I think that's the part that people really don't ever understand, and even about me don't grasp, that I have no bills. Mm-hmm. My bills are my daily expenses, and if I cut out my lab, I don't have any. Like, I own everything I have, and we run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 60-watt bulbs in our house and a fridge. There's nothing else in this house plugged in.
It's got to be great. It's got to be nice and quiet.
It is. When we went to Flattoberfest last year, I couldn't sleep almost anywhere. Like, especially, I love Jason and Rose 100%, and their house is so nice. But Jason's got this super nice electrical setup of all these different equipments and stuff, and his house sounds like a beehive.
Oh.
And to me.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the no fresh air. Because then in our house, because we live on wood heat, and then in the summer, we turn off the power. There's no power in this house. There's not any electricity going through any lines. I can hear every single thing. Last night, part of why I overslept today is because I was up like 8 times last night because there was fucking foxes wouldn't leave my damn chickens alone. And I had to get up and keep chasing foxes off, and then something bigger because the alpacas alerted. I didn't even see what that was.
Maybe
I can hear those clear down. What's that?
I said maybe a big cat, maybe a mountain lion.
Yeah. Yeah, mountain lion would be my guess. Although we do have a bear on the mountain here too. I've shot at him a few times, so he stays away from my house. But we do have a bear too.
Wow.
Yeah, he's killed a bunch of the neighbors' goats, so I don't piss around. The neighbors are like, "What do we do?" I'm like, "Shoot at him." He gets the idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're weird. Yeah, in California, a bunch of people tried moving because the off-grid thing became so popular. All these people that are not at all like that have moved up there, and they consistently have emergencies like every month, and we're in a whole chat group with them, and like literally everything is an emergency for them, and they'll just go stay in town. Like this last winter, they shoveled out part of their driveway, and the plow came by and finally plowed it out, but it plowed a bunch back into their driveway. And I'm from South Dakota, so there's jokes about that shit in South Dakota, about fighting with the plow back and forth, you know. But this guy, he's like, oh, they closed my driveway back up. How can I get in it? And then they went and stayed in town for 2 weeks.
Oh, my God. See, but that's not even, that's cheating. That's so cheating. Like in the real world, you would just have to start digging.
You bet. Exactly. When you truly commit to this, that's what you do. You just start digging. Brian and I, we're the only people that live down in my little section of the mountain, and we had to dig out 6 feet of snow, probably half a mile at least, up to the top of the mountain, and we just did that by hand. It took us a couple days, but we just got to digging. Like, what do? And people don't want, if you got to get with that program and live super simply. When you do, then your needs are very little. I don't need to have a whole bunch of money. I don't have a whole bunch of money, but I don't need it.
Right.
Because what bills am I need to pay?
Yeah. And what good is it really going to do?
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you know what?
It takes me 2 hours to get to a store that's worth a damn.
Yeah. But see, this is how people probably were meant to live. You know, that's how people should be living. Because then they're so busy doing actual real life stuff and real life work that they don't have time for, I am going to dress like a cat and I'm going to meow at you. Meow. Meow. Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I identify as blah, blah, blah. Nobody would have time for that shit if they were shoveling snow out of their driveway or fixing their water lines or defending their chickens.
No, you don't. And then reality is very stark for you. You don't get real weird. Like, 'cause one of the things that I do is I go and a lot of older people got sold on alpacas. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, at like 3:00 in the morning, they'd run infomercials, and basically they made it out that you can have these animals and you get rich and you don't have to do anything, and they didn't realize you do have to do things. And so a lot of these people went years without shearing these animals, and especially here in California, there's a lot of them end up dying of heat exhaustion, which is just horrible.
Aww.
Like just sitting there sweating and heating to death. And so we went over to this one herd, and they hadn't sheared them in 4 years, and the herd went from 30 to down to like, I think 8 at the time.
Oh, Jesus.
And the grandkids called me and asked me to come out and help. And so we went out and did this rescue shearing. And as we're shearing this one alpaca, the guy looks at my son, and a couple of my kids were still under 18 at the time. And yeah, he was actually under 10. And God damn it, Shadow, stop it. And the guy starts telling us this story, and I'm over cleaning my shears, getting them ready for the next alpaca. So my son's over. He's holding the alpaca down, and the guy's telling us this story. He's like, yeah, this one won't breed with our big male. This one's so pretty, and I want it to breed with this big male so bad, but she fights it all the time, and so it just won't let her. And my son looks at him and goes, are you sure it's a girl? And I just put my head down because I know what's coming. And the guy goes, why? My son looks at it and goes, because it's got a dick.
And why are you trying to breed alpacas when you can't even take care of the ones you got? Like, what are these people thinking?
Yeah, no, it's super weird, which is part of why in the city areas you end up with so many homeless shelters just jacked full of animals. And these people, I've seen it, I've known people like that go and get a bunch of animals, can't take care of them, and then they just give them up, give them to other people, but then they immediately go get more animals as soon as they feel like they can.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's weird.
I just don't think people
a
think things
disconnect
through.
from responsibility and reality.
Well, they don't understand responsibility because they didn't grow up witnessing real responsibility. You know, like now people are so removed from that life. There's like hardly even any people being like, I remember when I was back on the farm. Like there's none of that shit really anymore. People they just don't know what it's like to have to work for stuff. You know, I just feel like technology really makes people lazy. I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I see technology making me lazy, you know? And I just think it's just to the point where like people
at
don't
the end
even...
of the day,
Go ahead.
Well, at the end of the day, you have to pay for that experience. Like all the things that I do at home that I'm describing, somebody has to do for you. And because you aren't doing it, you're paying somebody to not live your life anymore.
Right.
So you aren't really connected with everything in it.
Right. Exactly. Well, I don't know if things can change for us in the near future, but it would be nice, but I don't see it happening.
I don't either, and it's honestly because of the comfort, and that's the thing people don't get. And where I differ from most people is we have too much. We literally we live like kings, and because of that, they own us. We can't go back to the people that did live off grid back in the day, which was most people, and they supported themselves completely. If I have a home and I have food, and my needs are taken care of, I have heat, then anything that you want to do that I find repugnant, I can stand up against because you have nothing to take away from me.
Exactly.
But now
they got the social credit score. They'll shut your bank account down. They'll cut your power off, whatever. I mean, probably not cut your power off, but they could. You know, if they so desired. They can really screw with people now. If you want to be a dissenter. You know?
Yep. Including taking away, now they're trying to take away propane and gas stoves. So you are going to have to be connected to the grid in order to run a stove or a water heater. Anything, it's propane specifically that they're attacking. And propane, there is no propane grid. You go get the propane from the propane dealer. You go home. They don't have any control of you. Mm-hmm. Like they want that set up into the grid.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Like even us, I don't know what we would do for hot water in the summer without propane.
Right. Propane's
like
a big
in
thing
summer,
in the South.
No, I don't. In the winter. What's that?
I was saying propane's a big thing in the South. There's a lot of houses that, you know, they're out in country, out in county, and they have big propane tanks. That's how they work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And honestly, like I said, in the winter, we could get hot water, and we do. When we run out of propane, we'll get our hot water from the stove. I've got, a 36-gallon pot and a 24-gallon pot, and that's enough to take a couple baths. So we got hot water, and we cook. Mine's a wood burning, it's a cook stove. So in the winter, that's all fine. But in the summer, nobody's trying to turn that thing on. I need propane.
Mm-hmm. Right. You don't want to turn the wood burning stove in summer. Yeah, screw that.
Yeah, we would have to live outside just to cook food and stuff and have hot water. We'd be like, no, but I'm living outside though.
Yeah.
Even at our last house, when my business wasn't so big, and I didn't have such a nice generator, and we didn't have any kind of an AC in the summer, we used to have the propane stove outside. because just the propane stove, you cook. Christy goes to cook a meal, and the house is all of a sudden unbearable when it's already 100 degrees out, and she cooks something. Jeez.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's right. No AC. That's a big thing. That's a big thing.
Yeah. Yep. AC is a giant power draw. My first summer in Redding, or my second summer, 73 days in a row, it never dipped below 110 degrees, even at night. 73 days in a row. I was like, this is inhuman, and we had no air conditioning. I lived in a Winnebago because I was just building. My kids were staying. We'd only built like a 10 by 10 shed that was like the kitchen, and the kids stayed in there. And so I'm out in a Winnebago. That thing's like a damn little toaster. Holy smoke, that was a rough year.
Oh, yeah.
But it's doable. You can live through it. People don't want to remember that, and they all want to die when it's, they're uncomfortable. They've never felt a temperature fluctuation. And the winter at our house, when we go to bed, because we sleep in the loft, when we go to bed, it's screaming hot because the wood stove's been going. And then we have the windows wide open. It come 2 o'clock in the morning, the wood stove's been dead. We don't come down and throw heat on it again. We just close the window and bundle up, and we wake up and it's freezing cold, and we go kick the wood stove on. So we regularly feel these fluctuations and whatnot, and it doesn't bother us that much. But if you went years of living between 68 and 72, some of these people literally, their house is whatever temperature. They go out in the garage is that temperature, 68 to 72. They get in their car's already set to temperature, their AC is on, they get their car running before they go, so the AC's going or the heat's going. They go into their garage at work, same thing. Like, this person never felt the outside temperature the entire day. Like, that's amazing. And so any kind of a fluctuation outside of that 68 to 72 is horrible for them. Horrible.
Yeah. Well, people are just too soft these days. They gotta toughen back up.
You bet. You bet. Comfort was the greatest weapon, and you take that away. Look at the news. People die because they lost their air conditioning. They die.
Yeah. Yeah. Like a heat wave will come through and people will die.
Yeah. And we've done that to ourselves. The human body, you look at people 200 years ago, like, they're living in houses that have no insulation. You can see through the cracks in the boards, and they're living up in fucking northern Minnesota. It's like -80, and they got like a tiny little cob stove in a house that's not even sealed up, much less insulated, and they're fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm always impressed when I see stuff like that or think about stuff like that. Like, how did they, everybody used to be so tough. All these creature comforts we have now, it's all relatively recent. This is like all in the last 100 years that we became so soft.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, the last 100 years, and lost all of our independence, and now they own us. And for us to go back, we have to give all that up, and nobody wants to give that up.
Yeah.
Like, I want my cake and to eat it too, though. I want to be able to be independent and do whatever I want and live however I want, but I also want all the things all the creature comforts that the system that I had, that I was playing in offered.
Right.
I just don't want to follow their rules.
Right. Right. Yeah. So, Ben, what are you bringing to Flattoberfest? What do you got? What are you bringing with you? Do you guys still making mead?
Yes, I am. Oh man, I went nuts. We've got 2 different kinds of plum. One of them spiced, and one of them's just plums from Murder Mountain, and that Art here and his girlfriend picked. And then we got probably like 30 gallons. And when I say batch, that's at least 5 or 6 gallons. and I've actually got 10 of the plum. And then we've got this. I found this really cool kiss melon this year, and it's super sweet tasting. And I was like, and Christy and Brian had gotten hurt, and she had to take him over to Reading, and I had bought a number of these melons and thinking we were going to eat them, and then all of a sudden it was just me in the house. So I was like, well, the melons don't need to go to waste, so I made mead.
Nice.
And then I made them, yeah. And then I got a mango, and then I got about probably like 40 gallons of apple going right now. And we got some pear. Yeah. And all of those are picked from Murder Mountain. Oh, and the one is the one plum also has blackberries from around here too, wild blackberries. So all that is coming, and we are going to have a party. I've got other party favors. We've been gearing up for a while for this, and definitely bringing some diamonds. And we are going to have a gas.
Yeah, buddy.
And like all the talk. Yeah. I'm gonna pick Karen up, make sure she's good. Karen and Ted up, make sure that they're good and chill on the way in. We are gonna do this up. This is gonna be such a fucking gas. I'm so excited. There's a whole bunch of spiders coming. So I'm coming geared up to party.
Right on. Yeah. It's going to be awesome.
And I don't even drink. So.
You guys are going to bring your Murder Mountain Mead. It's a new company.
Yes. Exactly.
Or not really. I don't know if
and we're honestly thinking about that. That is literally what we were going to call as Murder Mountain Mead. I was thinking about starting to do this every year because Art here knows where all the fruit is. I mean, there's metric tons of blackberries around us every year, and
nice.
huckleberries, and yeah, just insane, just metric tons. And then we now know where there's enough. I think we probably got like 600, 700 pounds of apples this year.
Damn.
And then probably about 100 pounds of pears. So, and then there's a bunch of plum trees. So every year I think we can do this, and that's all from this Murder Mountain. And then I'm going to get some beehives. I hadn't yet, but I've been already planning and working on setting up for bees. Then I can have my own honey too, and then everything made here. And then the really awesome part of why I did so much apple on purpose is because a lot of that I'm going to vinegarize because one of my big things that I make is my gut bomb, and that takes a lot of apple cider vinegar at the base of that. And obviously Bragg's was the one everybody liked to use, and had the really high quality. Well, they got bought out by Katy Perry and friends like a year ago, and their quality went to shit. And now now I'm just making everything from home, including the apple. This is a apple Kaiser, not a cider, because it's honey and.
Uh-oh. Ben? Oh. Did we lose Ben? Did we lose Ben? I think we lost Ben. I no longer hear Ben. Ben, I'm sorry if you can hear me. I believe we've lost your connection. Hope he's not still talking. I think it's just a phone. I think it's a phone glitch. I don't think it's actually YouTube. I think it's just his connection. He is off grid, remember. So and if 35 just went missing over Ben's Mountain. Pussies die when it's hot out. All right. Well, unfortunately, we have lost Ben Balderson. But it is almost 2 p.m. I probably should wrap it up. Been streaming a little long. I actually thought today would be a short show, and then I ended up going long. It's funny how that always works out. I always think, today it'll probably be a short show, and then it ends up being long. But you can join us again, or join me back here tomorrow for Strange World with Mark Sargent. We will be back for another episode of Strange World, 10 p.m. tomorrow. And of course, we have Glowbusters Tech on Thursdays at 7. Although we have missed a couple weeks. We were back last week, and we should be back again this week. And of course, there is also Anti-Religious Scripture Study on Saturdays. And of course, back around to Monday again. Cat turned the internet off. Ah! That's so funny. Oh, well, it's cool. I'm going to wrap it up. It's been a while. We've streamed long enough. And we're going to get on with our day. Living completely off-grid is hardcore. Much respect to the Baldersons, right? One big issue with steam power was that the boiler needed meticulous inspections. The worst maritime disaster in U.S. history, the Sultana, was because the steam boiler overheated and exploded. Yeah. Well, all these machines need maintenance. All right, you guys. Thanks, everybody, for being here with me on Coffee Talk. I hope you had a wonderful, chill Monday morning with us, chatting about all of the goings-on in the realm. And I hope you have a wonderful week, the rest of your week. And I hope to see you tomorrow, like I said, for Strange World with Mark Sargent. And what else? Yeah, that's it. You guys have a great rest of your week. If you haven't got your tickets to Flattoberfest yet, you can go to my website and you can use Thanks Bob for 10% off if you decide you wanted to go. Also, the hotel is full, so there's no more rooms in the room block for Samstown, so you're going to have to get a room somewhere else. But we do still have tickets for the event. So I hope to see you all there in just a few weeks for Flattoberfest 2023. And with that, I will see you all later. Have a wonderful day. And for those who wish to send me stuff through snail mail, you can send it to P.O. Box 10, Earl, North Carolina, 28038. There are also links below for Flat Earth merch, and you can send me donations. And I do appreciate all the support. Sincerely, thank you very much. Also, please go to flatearthfestivals.com for all information about upcoming Flattoberfests and Flat Earth-friendly local meetups. If you are organizing a local Flat Earth meetup, email me at flatearthfestivals@protonmail.com with your meetup information to have it listed on the website for free. For everything else, you can email me at karenbfe@protonmail.com. Thank you for being